Consultant of UAccess Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this New Horizon 2020 information session. My name is Satya Mathimani, and I am a research coordinator at the Mauritius Research and Innovation Hospital. And I will be your majority of research. This event is being jointly organized by the European Union, the MRC, the European Religions of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, and UAccess Africa. Together, we are committed to fostering international collaboration and enhancing research and innovation opportunities across regions. Today's event is a hybrid session, ensuring that participants from different countries can engage and benefit from the sessions. A special welcome to our online participants. I understand we have about 100 participants from different African countries who have registered for this event. A particular acknowledgement goes to Dr. Ahmed Madam, joining us. Chair the recorded advice on this occasion. So without further ado, I will now invite the housekeeping team.
Dr. Rohan, Minister Counselor, Science, Technology and Innovation, Delegation of the European Union, Heads of the Mauritius, Dr. Rajesh, and team, all protocols observed. A very good morning to you all. I'm very happy to welcome you to this European Union Horizon Europe Program Information Session. It's being co-organized by the European Union and the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council to be under the aegis of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research. I would like to give my apologies for not being able to join you in person today. I am currently leading the MRIC team at the International Science Research and Innovation Conference, which is being organized by the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council and the Indian Ocean Commission. This conference is in the context of the Waste to Energy EU-funded Green X project, an initiative that symbolizes our commitment to sustainable development through international collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, our mandate at the MRC is clear. It is to pioneer research and promote innovation and sustainable development to meet both current and future challenges. This past January, at des Assises de la Recherche et de l'Innovation 2.0, we refined our national roadmap for research and innovation. This initiative was not just but about actionable outcomes. Identifying new research priorities, removing innovation barriers, and integrating diverse policies to stimulate economic growth. In the particular event, we identified 6 areas of health innovation to precision innovation, each chosen by Mauritius towards a brighter, more innovative future. Moreover, stemming from the seeds, the recent launch of our new call for proposals further underscores our proactive stance. Through initiatives like the Innovation Boost Grant and the Collaborative Research and Innovation Grant Scheme, we are setting the stage for projects that promise significant economic and social returns. At the same time, the same event, we launched the National Innovator Hall of Fame 2025. This initiative aims to recognize and reward the exceptional talents of Mauritius' best innovators, further cultivating the culture of excellence and creativity within our nation. On a national basis, I'm pleased to share that Mauritius is currently ranked 55th worldwide in the Global Innovation Index and stands as the leader in sub-Saharan Africa. Additionally, we hold a strong position within the top 60 globally and are ranked 2nd in Africa in the Global Startup Ecosystem Index. These rankings are highly encouraging and underscore the importance of our ongoing commitment to research, development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. These achievements certainly align with our mandate and inspire us to continue our efforts. They serve as a national call to action to further elevate our global standing through continued dedication and innovation. Our partnership with the European Union has been instrumental in many insights. Projects like TwinX not only amplify our regional impact, but also connect us with global efforts to manage waste and convert it into efficiency. This project involving key stakeholders across the Indian Ocean, as I said earlier, is a symbol of regional cooperation and innovation. Furthermore, the MRIC, in collaboration with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, has been actively engaged in the European Union's regional program, like the SDI or SDGs roadmap in Africa. This includes our participation in an important workshop in March 2024 focused on the role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing non-communicable diseases. These align with Sustainable Development Goal 3 on health and well-being. This initiative is part of a broader commitment to leverage STI for sustainable challenges, specifically targeting the critical issue of NCD in Mauritius. Additionally, previously in March 2023, we co-hosted with the EU a workshop aimed at strengthening the Mauritius innovation-driven entrepreneurial ecosystem in collaboration with the global ecosystem. This event further underscored our proactive approach to fostering a robust environment for innovation and entrepreneurship. Turning now to Horizon Europe, this program offers a unique opportunity for transformative cooperation. As a designated focal point under the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, the MRIC is poised to lead research into a new era of scientific research. Horizon Europe's Africa Initiative facilitates collaboration between European and African researchers, and the MRIC is ideally positioned to coordinate these activities. With calls for proposals addressing public health, green transition, and more, we are extremely excited to leverage this platform to further our research ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, Horizon Europe is not merely a funding opportunity. It is a chance to forge lasting partnerships and create a sustainable future grounded in shared knowledge and unity. The forthcoming Africa Initiative 3, with its focus on integrated and collaborative research, will indeed enable us to tackle pressing global challenges today. In conclusion, our partnership with the EU through Horizon Europe represents a strategic alignment of goals and values, promising to significantly enhance the socio-economic landscape of the country. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I eagerly anticipate our continued collaboration driving innovation that will resonate not only across our region, but also across the world. Thank you.
On the role of the national innovation system, and the important role of the EU transformation in our actions. So we have Dr. Chatwa with Paul on stage. His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador of the European Union, and the government associations for his actions.
Malel, consultant for Eurexis Africa online. Dear Vice Chancellors, Deans of Faculty, Heads of Higher Education, Research Institutions, distinguished guests, and especially guests online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure as the EU Ambassador to Mauritius and Seychelles for me to be here today with you for this important event. Actually, to present the European Union flagship program for research and innovation called Horizon Europe. So we will try to bring the horizon a bit closer to you and join us for this journey, please. I'm very happy to see many of you attending this information session, both in person and online especially. Shows that there is a great interest in research and innovation in the country. And it has to be like this, ladies and gentlemen. In the face of today's global challenges, in particular climate change, which we experience every day here in Mauritius, but also geopolitical developments and other events that we see, science and research is of crucial importance because it has to be the basis for decision taking on the political level. We should never forget this. Science and research is not a world in itself. It is actually the basis of things we do, the basis of our progress. And if we look at what the European Union has been doing over the years to support science and research, and I'm sure my colleague Dr. Boschot will speak about this later on, the European Union has the largest publicly funded science and research program in the world, publicly funded. And we focus a lot on fundamental research, basic research, but also applied research and innovation. And we don't do this alone in the European Union. We want our partners worldwide to participate, and particularly in Africa. Saying this, we are celebrating this year an anniversary, which is the 15th anniversary of the so-called African Union, European Union high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation. This was adopted at the third African Union Europe Summit in 2010 as an important element of our joint EU-Africa strategy. And this is actually, this high policy dialogue has formulated long-term research and innovation policy priorities that we would like to implement together. And by the way, I would like to announce that we will have the 7th Europe-Africa Summit, European Union-African Union Summit, in the second half of this year in 2025, and it will certainly take stock also what's happened in science and research and launch new initiatives. This will be in Africa. We have the date not yet fixed, but it will be in the second half of this year. So this brings me to today's main subject, which is why we're here today, the Europe Horizon Europe program, which has a budget of 93.5 billion euros. It's just a tremendous sum if we think about this over a 7-year period, of course, but still it is a huge sum. And it's therefore, as I said, the largest publicly funded multilateral research and innovation program in the world. And it's actually offering the opportunity for you, for researchers, to participate in this collaborative EU-funded research actions. So and this is what is important, creating networks. So it's also at the heart of what we call the EU Global Gateway Strategy, which is linking Europe with the world, especially through sustainable investments to tackle climate change, improve health systems, quality education, digitalization, innovation, in order to strengthen also the competitiveness and security of global supply chains. And this seems far from research, but it is actually very close to it. Most importantly, therefore, we invest into innovative projects that contribute towards a fair and prosperous future for people and the planet based on our European values. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the European Union a world leader in research and innovation, hosting some of the best universities and some of the most innovative companies in the world. Through the Horizon program, we offer exceptional opportunities for researchers and research institutions from all over the world. Firstly, to access grant funding for their own research projects. Secondly, to collaborate with European research teams, integrate yourself into it. And thirdly, and last but not least so, promote a culture of innovation in universities and research organizations. This is the aim of this program. Of course, innovation especially performs those countries that invest into innovation perform better in terms of productivity and economic resilience. The government of Mauritius, in its government program 2025-2029, has included research, science, and innovation in the tertiary education strategy. This is a very laudable action, and I congratulate the government and the minister present here for these activities that are foreseen in the framework of this government program. Through the Horizon program and other educational programs we have running like Erasmus, the EU can support the government in this initiative. In fact, 4 organizations based in Mauritius have already benefited from the program, and they are the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economies and Fisheries, the University of Mauritius, the African Hydrogen Partnership, and Manobi Africa. on topics ranging from food security to clean energy. And I think you will have the opportunity to hear from these organizations today, which is the best way to explain the program is by those who have actually participated in it. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Mauritius has a great potential to develop further its innovation and research sector. And all of you researchers and innovators present here today have an important role to play to unleash the country's potential to develop research and innovation as a pillar of the economy, actually in all sectors. We invite you all to participate, therefore, in the Horizon Europe program. The information session today will provide you with important information on the program. I hope that you will learn all you need to learn about how the program functions, what are its objectives, what are the opportunities available, and how and when to seize the opportunities, how and when to apply or collaborate with those who already participate. The information session will be conducted by my colleague, Dr. Laurent Bouchereau, and by Mr. Ahmed Malel from Access Africa. I seize this opportunity to thank them for their presence here today and their efforts in promoting the program. I also wish to thank the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, which is co-organizing and hosting this event. Thank you very much. Also the University of Mauritius for having put the auditorium location and the technical facilities at our disposal. And I would also like to thank the Minister for his presence, marking the importance of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the event will generate an increased interest of the research and innovation community in the program to participate and will motivate the community to take full advantage of the opportunities that the program offers, or to scale up technologies that can contribute to the economic growth of the country. In this sense, I'm looking forward to an enhanced cooperation between Mauritius, in particular Mauritius, and the European Union in the field of research and innovation. I hope that in a year or 2 years from now, we can have a number of new participants in the program. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention and wish you all a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for bringing the Horizon closer to us, and also for the funding and collaboration opportunities that it presents to our researchers. On these words, I would now like to invite the Honorable Minister, Kaviraj Sharma Sukun, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, for his address. Honorable Minister.
His Excellency, Mr. Oscar Benedict, His Excellency, representative of the French Ambassador, Dr. Bouchereau, Commissioner of HEC, PCs and DGs, Permanent Secretary, Director of Tertiary Education, all colleagues present here and online, good morning. In fact, I'm very happy to be here. And let me start also by thanking the European Union for this laudable initiative. Throughout my career, I've seen a lot of calls for proposal, but unfortunately, not many of us reap the benefit. That's why when I met them, His Excellency the Ambassador, I asked that we have a proper workshop so as to be able to train our people how to apply, because the issue starts with an application which is not good enough to be able to attract the funding. And I think that today, with the presence of Dr. Bouchereau, I would like all of you to understand all the requirements. And this is vital for you to be able to present a request for funding, which will be successful. You have to make the most of it. The good thing is that we have practically representative from all the universities, from all the research institutions who are here. We have started with the government program, as His Excellency mentioned, by saying that we are serious about three things: internationalization, where we would like to present Mauritius as an education hub, invest in research and science, right? And third, to transform Mauritius into a real knowledge hub. Now, when it comes, how are we implementing it? We have set up several committees where we have representatives from different organizations. One of them is looking at research and innovation. I've always said that if we had a lot of money, I would have asked my universities to play the ranking game. We don't have that amount of money. We know the recipe. Sometimes it's just like you want to eat something, but you can't because you just can't afford it. So for the time being, we can't afford to play the ranking game, but we know the recipe, how to play it. One day we'll play it. But what will we do instead? We would like to focus research in certain areas. We would like down the lane, after maybe 10 years, 20 years down the lane, Mauritius be known for one field or two fields where anybody in the world willing to do research would turn to Mauritius and say, yes, I have to be there because this is a pole of an excellence, a center of excellence for research in that field. This is what we would like to do. By setting up the committee on research, we are trying to ensure that there is collaboration among all the institutions. And please, once you have followed today's program, you will, of course, have participate in the call for proposal. Ensure that you have multidisciplinary. We would like to break that culture of working in silos. When I say working in silos, is within the university itself, where each department think, well, I'm going to do it myself, right? Then it comes between the universities. I won't collaborate with the other university. So we want to break that. We are too small. We have to collaborate. We have to work together. We have to put multidisciplinary teams. There is no way out. You've got to work together. And I'm happy to see all the heads of universities around here, right? And you're all represented in the National Committee on Research, and therefore it's important that you come together and submit proposals that have high chance of getting through. We would like HEC as well to give a support to ensure that the proposals emanating from Mauritius are well prepared. And here we have Dr. Bishop. I hope it's not only for one day, we will have your support, your advice throughout the process in order to ensure that we are actually submitting something worthy. Because if you look at the amount of funding we've been attracting over the years, it's insignificant as compared to the amount that His Excellency has mentioned. So there will be a lot of zeros and before the decimals and after the decimal point as well when we talk in terms of percentage of what we are attracting. So The other thing is we are promoting research which has an impact. I have been saying that. I will keep on repeating it. As an academic, I'm very happy. I do my research in my office, in my lab, right? I have a few PhD students. I'm very happy. I publish, I get good publication in good journals, and that's the end of the story. I have champagne at night when I get my publication accepted in a high impact factor journal, and that's it. We have to move it, take it further. No patent emanates from Mauritius, unfortunately. We've got to have the ideas transformed into generation of the patents. Where are they? We don't have. We have real problems affecting our society. Oshiko is one of them, which I will never forget. I keep on saying that. Where were our researchers? We have problems with, we are an island surrounded by the sea, but we still import 2/3 our fish consumption. Just imagine. We are talking, we're an island, we're talking about seaweed, but we still don't have a seaweed industry. What I'm saying is that I'm not asking you to stop doing your academic research. I have not completely become a politician. I'm still academician. But what I'm saying is that let's work together. There are many issues of national importance that require our brains to work together, that require thinking hands to come together to find solutions. And today with this laudable program from EU, you have a golden opportunity to work together to find solutions to those problems. Climate change is at the top of the list, and therefore you've got to seize this opportunity to come up with the issues we're having. Water resource management. I was asking why we can't use the water from La Ferme reservoir, and I was astonished by the result, by the answer I got. It's not being used. You have a reservoir that you can't use it to serve the people there, because the level of effluent doesn't allow the water to be used. Therefore, I would make an appeal again to all of you. You are the brightest brain the country can have. You are the people who can make the change. Don't work in silos. Work together. Make optimum use of the opportunities that this program offers to you. We have an excellent ambassador who loves Mauritius, and I'm happy that he has always shown his commitment to support Mauritius in such initiatives. Therefore, you have all the ingredients. Let's make it happen together. Let's ensure that this call for proposal that we are having, that we are submitting projects that will be successful. So I wish all of you here, present here physically, all our colleagues present online, best wishes for this workshop, which I have the pleasure to declare open. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your wise words and for opening the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the opening ceremony. we are going to proceed for a 20 minutes coffee break before the information session by Dr. Bushro. But before leaving your seats, I would now like to invite you to join me in thanking the speakers for this morning. I invite the first row to leave the room first, and then we will follow.
cooperation one-to-one, as we say. So one partner from Mauritius with one partner from, in that case, France, but it could be Italy, which is often easier to set up than participate in a large European project. And it can complement an existing European project, or it can help develop, be the foundation for a European project. So that's the structure of my talk. I will be moving, and I would just want to say, as you heard in the introduction by Ambassador Benedict, that there is a EU strong partnership, which is actually celebrated 25th anniversary this year. At the third summit, EU summit, which took place in Tripoli, the high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation was established as an important pillar to support broader cooperation between both continents. And this is what we're also celebrating this year, as this is the 15th anniversary. We will have, at the end of the year in Brussels, a meeting of the senior officials. So hopefully, Mauritius will be represented there, and it will be a 3-day event where we will also have an innovation fair where we will showcase innovative companies stemming from the cooperations. So now we are representing the EU. Our program Horizon Europe actually is broader than the EU. There are a number, I think 16 now, countries which are associated, which means that they contribute financially to the program, and entities from that countries can participate with the same rights and obligation as any entities from the EU. And this includes countries of the surrounding of the EU, like UK. I know you have a lot of cooperation with UK, Switzerland, Norway, all the candidate countries, Israel, but also countries far away from Europe who agree to associate because they see benefits in working with the EU. And I'm mentioning there Canada, for instance, New Zealand, Australia, South Korea. They contribute financially to the program to show how international. So this number of 93.5 billion over 7 years, it's only the EU contribution. If you add all the contribution of all the associated countries, probably 120 billion. Now, the EU itself is population-wise not huge at the world scale. It's only 6% of the population today. But when it comes to science and innovation, it's a major player, representing a large share of the investment in R&D, estimated at 17%. And when it comes to publication, it's 1/4 of the high quality, not all publication, but high quality publication. So this is also why we're attractive to working with Europe, not just because of the funding that we make available, but also because we are a major player. And beyond the high-level policy dialogue, where we meet every 2 months, actually we have a bureau with the African Union Commission, EU Commission, and a number of member states participating. We have established a number of thematic platforms. One is on food, nutrition security and sustainable agriculture. Another one is on climate change and sustainable energy, that animates and link the different actors, and also develop what we call co-funding initiative, where part of the budget from Horizon Europe help leverage funding at national level, and there are joint calls being launched by all these funding agencies. But in order to make this more innovation, impact, you heard your minister saying, it's not just about writing nice publication, it's about making sure that the research leads to innovative products and address some of the societal challenges, which are often global. We have developed 2 years ago, the ministers endorsed a new innovation agenda, where the goal is to turn this research cooperation into innovation. And I mentioned this, we have a dashboard when we list all the initiatives ongoing to help people hook to this. We organize hybrid workshops on issues of common interest, like for instance, IPR. How do you protect IPR? I was surprised to hear that no patent come from Mauritius. I know that the rate percentage of patents worldwide from Africa is very low, it's less 1 or 2%, but I was surprised to hear zero from Mauritius. So this is certainly something you can only improve, and but I think it should be done quickly. One topic was there, another one was access to finance, and others were more thematic, like public health innovation, for instance. And we're preparing one on artificial intelligence, which will take place hybrid again mid-April, in the framework of the GTEx, which is a large digital, take place in Marrakesh. And you can participate. And if you have experts here in artificial intelligence, you're welcome to also be part of the program. So now let's zoom into this Horizon Europe program that you've heard about. It's a 7-year program, so we're halfway, a bit more than halfway. You see it's organized around 3 main pillars. Pillar 1, excellent science, which is bottom-up. So we have like funding modalities here, but we don't specify to do research on what. We let the scientists write a proposal on the subjects they found the most appealing, the most promising, the most impactful. And there are 3 parts. One is the European Research Council to fund the best scientists, but the condition is they have to work half-time at least in the EU or one of the associated countries I mentioned earlier. So, which means for Mauritius to be eligible, you need to have an affiliation somewhere in the EU and apply to do that work, 5 years work in somewhere in the EU. So I don't think we've had a lot of applications so far and limited success from people applying from Africa. So I don't want to speak too much about it. It's a lot of money. It's like 2 to 3 million for a single investigator to build the team. And it's completely bottom-up, and that includes social sciences and humanities. What we have tried to do is replicate that for Africa, and we have supported a program called ARISE for African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, which is run by the African Academy of Science. They launched that a couple of years ago, and there are currently 47 African grantees working in 38 countries. Nobody in Mauritius, I checked. Otherwise, the person would be here explaining what she or he does with that funding, but it's €500,000 over 5 years to do a bit the same, to build. And those are young scientists, and this is also done to fight brain drain, to make sure that these promising people want to stay in Africa and develop their research excellence in Africa, for Africa. We are preparing a second phase that should be launched later in the year with more funding. So stay posted. That's what the NCP can help you with when the call is about to be launched, but it's not for immediate release. It will probably be announced officially in July and launched towards the end of the year. And there I need to see at least one applicant, successful applicant for Mauritius, because this is big grant to develop, consolidate a team around a leading scientist who will be part of the map of excellence that we heard the minister wants to build. So that's European Research Council. I will come back to Marie Skłodowska-Curie in the next slide. Research infrastructure is not about building research infrastructure, because that's done by our member states, but it's facilitating access to infrastructures in Europe or elsewhere, and also linking infrastructures, developing research activities around infrastructures. And there, that could be of interest for some of you. There could be fishing boats, in research boats, for instance, on the ocean. There are a lot of areas where you could have an interest and seek funding. The second pillar, contrary to the first one, which is completely bottom-up, is top-down. So basically, there are challenges which have been agreed politically. Each year, under each of these clusters, we call them now, we identify topics, so problems, where we are calling for research consortia to come together and bid for providing solutions to that problem. And this is where we'll see most of the funding is available, and I will come back to that. The third pillar is called Innovative Europe. It's about helping European startups grow faster, bigger. And it's about linking innovation hubs, innovation incubators. So there again, the condition is you need to be based in Europe because we are a European program. But some of the funding scheme, like it's called accelerator, there could be a network around the lead applicant being in Europe with participants from Africa, including Mauritius. So far, the rate of success is not so high. So I will not push you to go in that direction because it's difficult. It's very competitive. There is not enough funding compared to the demand. But this is something that is, in theory, open for participation from Mauritius. So I want to mention the three parts in the excellence. I will not repeat, but when you zoom into Marie's product actions, you see there are 5 components. First one is about developing doctoral networks or doctoral schools. And there is one project currently running with University of Mauritius as a partner. So simply said, grants, it's a competition, and those who are selected, a pool of universities, it could be a research center, it could be also participants from the private sector, but they will be granted 10 to 15 PhD grants, and then they will select candidates who will work as part of the project. So it's a cohort of PhD grantees. There is a necessity of mobility. So University of Mauritius, who is currently training one person, it has to be somebody who was not in Mauritius before. There is a mobility. So you recruit somebody to work on this. And as part of the cohort, there are a number of joint activities. So the PhD students will do some joint work in different universities. They will be trained on IPR, so hopefully there will be patents coming out of this. And they will be also trained on communication and things like this. So this is good. So you already have one success in Mauritius. There should be more. It's a bit of continuation of Erasmus. You have to join master degrees in Erasmus at the level of masters. That's at the level of PhD and it's bottom up. You don't need to respond to a call. You just identify an area where universities want to come together, bring their various expertise on emerging scientific fields and bid. There are calls every year. So the second one is postdoctoral fellowships. That's for individuals. So individual could be someone who just graduated from a PhD in Mauritius who wants to do a postdoc in Europe, or somebody from Europe who wants to come to Mauritius to do a postdoc. We fund both ways. That's why we call them global fellowship. We have no successful application so far from Mauritius or to Mauritius, but the funding is there. It's competitive because it's one person, one institution, one project for the 2 or 3 years. But this is something that should be certainly considered if you have good PhD finishing with good links with other universities, trying to see whether they can work with that university or vice versa. Then staff exchange, and we'll hear today of one example with University of Mauritius. Again, it's bottom up, and there we are funding the mobility cost. So travels, particularly young scientists, as part of the network, or organizing workshops, summer schools, activities like this. So we don't pay for the salary per se, but we pay for the cost associated with the mobility. Co-fund, I will not speak about that, MSCA and Citizen. Our colleague Ahmed has actually coordinated a successful bid. He may speak about it, but it's mostly for entity based in the associated countries or EU, so maybe less relevant, or you can be a partner. So I know he's putting a proposal, so maybe if you're interested, you could join his proposal. So now the clusters, those are the 6 areas. I think we heard about most of this morning. And you see it includes as well culture, creativity, inclusive society. So it's not just about high tech. There could be things related to tourism, for instance, innovative tourism, since it's one of your area of excellence. And you see the funding, half of the funding is there. And within these clusters, when we define the topics where we create competition every year, we have topics we develop jointly with African partners through the various platforms I mentioned earlier, which feed into the work program, and we package them under what we call Africa Initiative to raise more visibility about the opportunity. So we have had, and we'll come back to that, 2 already Africa Initiative. We're preparing Africa Initiative 3, which will be launched at the end of April. I cannot share today the topic because they're still confidential. And even in Europe, we don't talk about them yet. So I cannot be here in Mauritius telling you what is forbidden to be announced in Europe. So just in terms of the evaluation, it's important when you write a proposal to think on based on what criteria will it be evaluated. And this evaluation is done by, it's peer review evaluation. It's not bureaucrats who look at your proposal. You don't need to get your minister to send a letter to push your proposal. It's not worth it. It's not going to help at all. It's done by expert panels where we ensure complementarity of expertise and we try to get the best evaluation. But the criteria are simple. They're excellence. You need to show how you go beyond the state of the art. We're not going to fund research which has already been done somewhere. Impact, we heard about this word earlier. So how this will really lead to concrete outcomes and impacts, and what are the plans to get there beyond the research itself. And the quality and efficiency of the implementation, because those are complex projects with many partners. It's not just listing 5, 10, 15 university research center industry and say, trust them, they'll do the good job. I mean, you need to come with a good plan on how you divide the work, how you monitor the work. What if something doesn't work? What is the mitigation strategy, and so on and so on. So you need a professional proposal, not just listing an expression of interest. So I mentioned the Africa Initiative. So when we launched the program Horizon Europe in 2021, we had 36 topics for a total amount of 350 million euro targeted towards Africa. And you see here the main areas of our policy dialogue and the split of the topics and the funding. Most of the funding was on green transition, which includes as well oceans, environment. It's not just about agriculture, bioeconomy in a broader sense. Public health is maybe low, but we have next to it a big program called EDCTP for Europe Developing Country Clinical Trial, which has been running already 20 years. And we launched recently the 3rd phase, 7-year phase, with a total budget of 1.6 billion euro. So by itself, it's a huge program. own clinical trial for infectious disease, and it's targeting sub-Saharan Africa. So most of the funding actually goes to sub-Saharan Africa, and Mauritius, I'm sure, is part of the governing board. I guess, I mean, the focus here is more on chronic disease. Unfortunately, this is not so much targeted by this EDCTP, which is more on infectious disease, but there are a number of topics on digital health, for instance, that could certainly be relevant for people working on chronic disease. So we have now selected all these projects and just want to show some statistics about participation from Africa. So a total of 161 grants, 372 African organizations from 43 countries, some from Mauritius, total funding. In addition to those topics where we flag the importance, sometimes it's an eligibility criteria, of having African partners, the whole program is open, even if we don't flag the importance of having international partner or African partners. And through this, you see a lot of participation from Africa is also supported. That's the numbers in the first 2 years, 76 grand, in addition to the one I mentioned earlier, for a budget of 33 million euro. So this is just because the European consortium found expertise in Africa to reinforce their proposal without us pushing for it. So there is the Africa Initiative, which is a bit of an area where we have more chance, but actually you can also, if you're invited to any proposal, be funded if you are part of the winning proposal. So Africa Initiative 2, for the next 2 years, we had a budget of 300 million euro, 30 topics. You see the link. I'm showing some of this topic to be a bit more concrete. I will not zoom into each topic. Those calls are closed. Some of the projects have been, the grants have been signed, but it's just to be a bit more concrete. You see there was a strong focus on climate, energy, and mobility. So those are the topics from the Africa Initiative 2. So targeting joint challenges. And you see one actually on ocean research, but to support the partnership we have on the whole Atlantic. So probably less relevant for you because you're on the other side. But I think a lot of the research which are on climate modeling or better management of the ecosystem, environmental impact, there is also room for having partners from Mauritius because you have strong expertise. So you should not say it's not for us. There are certainly areas where you can team up. So we are now preparing Africa Initiative 3. I cannot give you the exact title, but there will be about 15. Where there is a draft, obviously. There will be, I've seen it, there are projects in all areas, some on health, some on IT, some on sustainable agriculture, nutrition. So I'm pretty sure that everyone will find something of interest among those topics. Those are topics for collaborative research. So you need to be part of a partnership of a consortium to apply. And I will advise you not to start writing your own proposal, but you will hear more, flag your interest, explain what you can do, where your strength, and where you see your expertise could help in the proposal. So those are the numbers from the previous program, so 2014, 2020, where you had a success rate of 13%, which is not very high. It's average 20. Total of 6 participation. Now, Horizon Europe is still ongoing. It's another 7 years. You already averaged 6, so as good as already as the last program, but still low, I would say. You see the Rate of success 50%, again lower than average. So there is so it's not a lack of participation, but the participation is it's not, you're not in the right proposal, basically. You're not in the winning proposal because the majority, 15%, so 1 out of 6, is only has been successful. So those are the projects which are currently running with Mauritius participation or entities based in Mauritius. And we will hear today from 2 of them, I think, 3 of them. The project on the project REACT on plant pest, with the Minister of Agriculture, who will give the testimonial, being part of the project. Then we will hear from the project on green hydrogen. We just finished, but we will hear from the organization called International African Hydrogen Partnership, which is based in Mauritius. And then Innovec, the last one on the list, which is a staff exchange, Maurice could have said, with the University of Mauritius. We will give a testimonial. And we'll have another testimonial from University of Monastir in Tunisia, someone who has been successful in several proposals, who will share the experience and give you some hints on how to maximize your chances. So when you look at this, which are the latest data from Horizon Europe, still on running, you see among the African countries, and I'm only looking at the funding going to the countries, the top 13, I think. You're not there. And you're far from being there, because I think you receive less than 1 million, and you see that the number 13 is at probably 15 million, and you less than 1 million return. Not return because you don't put anything in, but funding. So there is a huge margin of progression in, first, more participation, more successful participation, and when you participate, receiving a good share of the overall grant, because obviously sometimes you will be invited to join and they will have to divide the pie between the different groups, but you need to also get a fair share for what you are going to do in the project, so not work for a fraction of what most other partners are going to receive. And that takes time, and this is why having a strong NCP system helps, because you get advice as well how to get funding as part of a successful proposal. So there is a portal where you can find a lot of information. It's rather user-friendly. You will have hands-on presentation in the afternoon, and it's easy to follow. It helps to have done it once, so you know it's not that complicated and you can do it yourself. But you can already go on it, and all the calls are presented there. You can there express interest when there is a topic which is open and you don't know who is preparing proposal. You can say, I am at University of Mauritius or Open University, and this is what I do. I'm interested in topic, I could do this and that. It doesn't have to be alone, it's expression of interest. And coordinators who are preparing proposal, they look, there are dozens of those expression of interest, and they will contact you and say, well, I've seen your expression of interest, I'm putting together a proposal. Will you be interested to be part of my proposal? Those are the other partners. That can be also facilitated by the NCP, because sometimes the NCP themselves are looking for partners for some of the coordinators preparing proposal. So I mentioned so far the Horizon Europe, but Horizon Europe funding has also a leverage effect on other programs we call co-fund or public-private partnership. One of them is dedicated to innovative medicine, and it's co-funded by the industry, pharmaceutical industry, and they launch their own specific calls, very much targeted to small and medium enterprise, very close to market. And there is a call currently open where you are eligible to participate and be funded. The deadline is end of April. So it will not be, I think, on the portal I mentioned earlier. It's a different call launched by a different organization that is co-funded through Horizon Europe, but not only. And you see here the topics, and there are two calls. One is single stage, meaning you need to submit the full proposal directly, or two stage, where it's a lighter system where there is first submission of an outline proposal, first selection, and only those pre-selected submit a full proposal. And you see the deadlines, which are in April. There, I will not encourage you to start writing a proposal, but maybe if you have some contacts with universities in Europe, or some of the companies working in the pharmaceutical company, or working around some of these issues of digital health, for instance, I would encourage you to just, and you can also express interest. We're getting close to the date. There are also, if you look on the website, you can find also webinars which have been recorded on explaining more in details what is expected and how to participate. Another initiative which is ongoing, which is also receiving part of the funding through Horizon Europe, but there is also funding coming from individual funding agency from Europe and from Africa. I don't think Mauritius itself is part of the funding agency, national funding agency on the African side, but you can be funded through the EU money, which is put in the pot. So there is a call with a budget of 30 millions. In this case, the deadline is 27th of March. So it's, if you are not preparing, it's probably too late, of course, but it's open. So I mentioned it, and there will be others coming up. So it's this is about sustainable energy, which I think is also important for Mauritius. And you see the four areas, which broad areas which are targeted. And it's smaller consortia, 2 EU, 2 Africa, to be eligible, including obviously commercial partner, because it's closer to market as well. So this is about research and innovation. There are funding beyond research and innovation, Horizon Europe, which come from our colleagues from the DG International Partnership. I mentioned ARISE earlier. They're also setting up Center of Excellence related to the green transition, and one is going to be on ocean, and it's being launched now, and there will be, as part of the Regional Center of Excellence, soon a call for application to set up 2 regional networks and 1 thematic networks, again related to the links between oceans and climate, and better predictions, and better management of ocean resources. So this is not yet public. It will probably be announced in June, but the NCP should, as soon as this information is released, contact the right people, because that's definitely an area where Mauritius should participate and maybe take the lead when it comes to the regional network, which will be on the Eastern Africa. So now, in addition to the research innovation, we have a number of programs more on the higher education. I know there are many universities here, so I was asked to say a few words. I think they're more or less all represented here. One, you probably well aware, is the Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme. It's a bit of a mini Erasmus for Africa. Those are projects about 4 million funding to bring together African universities, exchange staff, work on joint curricula, and adapt the content of the curricula to the needs of the market, labor market. So Erasmus Plus, I will say a few more things there, and I will mention as well the Aqua. So Erasmus, we're doing very well already. There are many participation. Those are the different components in Erasmus Plus. There is first and about half of the budget for the international credit mobility. Those are the short-term exchange of students and staff. And there are more people going from Mauritius to outside than coming to Mauritius, something you should work on rebalancing. Then there are the European Mundus joint master's degree. I think no university has been successful so far in setting up the program, but there have been students who receive scholarships. We have then program on capacity building, we call them, which is about linking universities to improve curricula, to address issues to make their offer more relevant, modern, impactful. And there we have mentioned later some successful participation from Mauritius. Jean Monnet activities is about establishing in universities a module, a chair, to teach about European policies, European integration, or relation with the EU. There's been no application successful so far from Mauritius. Then we also work in the area of vocational education and training. There's been one successful application from Mauritius. And virtual exchange after COVID, we provide funding for virtual exchange. And there's been one successful proposal from Mauritius. So it's broad. So just a figure so far for the whole of Africa, which gives you an idea of the number of participation. And as I mentioned, for capacity building, out of 681, 11 for Mauritius. So you participate, but you can maybe do even a bit better. Jean Monnet, 0. Vocational education and training, 1. Erasmus virtual exchange, 1 out of 111. Just to give you some ideas. And you see the rate, the mobility, 14,000 overall against 7,000, so twice as many going to Europe compared to European coming to Africa. And this is about the same ratio for Mauritius. It's 500 and 300, if I remember correctly. Now, we also established this alumni forum for African grantees of the different programs. I'm mentioning that because that's a way also for people to connect after they get their degree, or a useful way for also facilitating African integration. And as we will hear from the Horizon Europe participant portal, we have also a very good portal for Erasmus Plus to find partners, to know about the ongoing project. You can always ask if you're interested in the subject to provide information about the outcome of a project. So you can search the different keywords. It's quite simple. There was a publication which was made last year at the occasion of the meeting of the NCP. And there's one project on micro-credential. I think it's the University of Technology who is part of that, which is listed in this. And I heard that being listed in one project opens the possibility for being invited to join future proposals. So it's not like we always fund the same people, but once you're part of the system, you're visible and it's easier for you to get access. So the key is to get there if you're not there yet. And then I will finish, I think, with that. Aqua, it's another project we support to facilitate mobility of students within Africa, because there is a lack of recognition of diploma, for instance. This is something we are working hard with L'Oréal as an organization. There will be a meeting in the beginning of April in Cameroon, looking at how actually all this work can leverage the African continental free trade area to make Africa as a whole more competitive. So, next slide. Yeah, and those are the areas they're working on. And one of the goals is to establish by the end of the project this Pan-African Quality Assurance Agency, linking representatives from all countries. So I think that's my last slide. There are links where you can find a lot more information, but I try to make it as an introduction because when you start writing proposal, it's a bit more complex than what I explained, obviously. But you will hear this afternoon hands-on how to navigate through the portal, how to find partners, find topics, find existing project of interest to your research area, where you can identify potential partners for future calls. We will now hear the 4 testimonials. Two people will be online, and 2 people will be here. I've not met them yet. I hope they're here. And then I suggest we open the floor for questions, because hearing from your compatriots, you may have some clarifications or you have more questions that will be addressed to all of us. And our French representative from the French embassy should come back, and I will let him also say a few words about the program by the French embassy. So, the first testimonial today on our program is from the Ministry of Agriculture. So first of all, congratulations. I have a little present for those who are here, the 2 testimonials, not a huge present, but a token of appreciation for taking the time to come and explain. Basically, it's not a presentation on the project itself, but more how you got into the successful application and what do you gain from being part of the project, because most of the project that's still running, and what are the hints you want to give to the audience about maximizing the chances. So I think, Matvey, you introduce our first testimonial, or you introduce yourself? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and I would like firstly to thank MRIC and the EU for giving me the opportunity to present the project. Well, the project was in fact initiated by the EU, and we were roped in due to our facilities that we have in terms of a laboratory, and also with respect to the expertise we have on fruit flies. Okay. Yes, just wait for the projection. Well, I'm myself Mrs. Patel, Scientific Officer from the Entomology Division of the Ministry of Agro-Industry, and I'm going to talk to you on the REACT project. So what is it, the REACT project? As you can see here on the board, it is the rapid elimination of invasive insect agricultural pests outbreaks by tackling them with SIT, that is the sterile insect technique. Maybe some of you are already aware of SIT. Later on, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what it is about. So the project includes 17 groups under the research and innovation action, and the period is 2022 to 2026. Before embarking on the project, let us have a look at the problem statement. What is the objective behind having this project? Well, you may all know fruit flies and the problems we have with fruit flies. In fact, fruit flies are key pests of horticultural crops worldwide. And in Mauritius, to date, we have 9 species that have already been identified thanks to our surveillance program. But to date, we have thankfully only 2 that are causing economic damage. And of these, you can see, we have the Batrocera dorsalis, and these mainly host on our fruits like mangoes, peaches. And second, we have the La Mouche Melon, Zygodacus cucurbitae, and these host mainly on our vegetable cucurbits like pumpkin, cucumber, squash, and all the goods, okay? So what happens? The fruit fly, the female, they puncture the fruit and lays the egg underneath the skin of the fruit. These eggs, they hatch and becomes a larvae. Maybe you have seen when you open a guava, the small maggots that you see inside, this is the cause of the fruit. This is caused by the fruit flies. And these become pupae, and eventually we are unable to consume these fruits, and they are also unmarketable. This is just to illustrate a bit the damages caused by the fruit flies, and these are 2 flies that I just talked about. The first one is the La Mouche Melon, Zygodacus cucurbitae, and the second one is La Mouche orientale, that is the dorsalis. Well, what is SIT, the sterile insect technique? This is one of the, I can say, latest technologies that we have for fruit fly control and eradication. And it constitutes of rearing of the target pest insect in the laboratory under laboratory conditions. These flies are exposed to a radiation source to make them sterile, okay? And these flies are then released in target regions where we have lots of fruit fly problem. And when these sterile male flies, they mate with the female counterpart, there is no offspring. So it's like a birth control. You get my point here? Yes? So this is one of the main technologies that has been implemented for the control of fruit flies. Let us have a look at the specific objective of the REAC. First of all, to develop a rapid area-tailored response strategy and associated key technologies to eradicate invasive Batrocera species upon their incursion in the EU. Secondly, to evaluate the broader environmental and economic impact of these invasive fruit fly in the EU. And finally, to define and recommend a framework for the implementation of SIT strategies, taking into consideration stakeholder needs and socio-economic and policy-related aspects in the EU. These are some of the collaborators in the project. As you can see, we have from Germany, the University of Jason, we have the Research Organization of Israel. I'm sorry, maybe it's a bit blurred. Then we have the Citrus Research International from South Africa. We have the Musée de l'Afrique Centrale. We have also 2 universities from Greece, Universities of Patras and University of Thessaly, the Imperial College of London, CRAT from Réunion Island, and the others, as you can see here on the board. Next, this is just to show you the different partners, implementing partners of the project. In fact, the project, under the project, we have 8 work packages, and each country is involved in a specific or several projects. And for Mauritius, it's myself and Dr. Sukar from the Ministry of Agro-Industry. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately couldn't make it today. These are some of the some details of the work packages. And as you can see, we are involved, Mauritius is involved in 3 packages. Work package 1, that is deciphering the drivers of these invasive species. Secondly, we have work package 3, improving methods and strategies for fruit fly interception and control. And thirdly, work package 4, extend the range of tools and technologies for generic and rapid development of genetic sexing strain. The core activities of the project is to produce flies that are very fit to be able to compete with the wild counterpart. One of the main projects here, the main activities, is to develop a genetic sexing strain. As I mentioned initially, we are supposed to release only male flies, and the flies that we have in our environment, they are bisexual strains, that is both male and female. But what we need is to only release the males, because the females, even if they are sterile, they can puncture the fruit and cause damage to the fruit, mainly aesthetical damage. So they are trying, it is basically the work under the EU, they're trying to develop a genetic sexing strain to be able to differentiate the pupae, okay? The pupae of the fruit flies by the color. It is like we have the female, which are white pupae, and the brown pupae for the male. So it is, we have color sorter machine to be able to separate these, and we are able to release just the males. It is either this or development of lethal sensitive, temperature sensitive eggs. That is, at a specific temperature, the female eggs are already destroyed by a specific heat exposure. But for Mauritius, we have been roped in for 2 major activities. First of all, it is to study the behaviors of the specific flies, the Batrocera, and by conducting releases in the environment here, because we already have these species of flies, so it is easier for us. And secondly, we have a laboratory, as you can see here. It is our mass rearing laboratory, which is found in Redwick, and we are able to breed like 15 million flies per week. It is we have this capacity. That is why after they have developed the strain, we will be the one responsible to breed these and then do some quality controls like field trials and everything, and they will take these flies from us. So it is a big project for Africa, for Mauritius, for Indian Ocean. We are one of the only one, I can say, in the Indian Ocean who have such a facility, the breeding lab, as well as a cobalt, an irradiator, a gamma irradiator for the irradiation purposes. And both of these were thankfully financed by the IEA. Just you have an indication, an idea. This is some steps that are involved in the production of the flies. As you can see, we have egg collection, we have seeding of the eggs, development of the pupae, and these are the pupae there. As you can see, the white and the brown pupae. We separate them, we expose them to irradiation source to make them sterile. We expose them at the pupal stage, but when they emerge, the flies, the males, they are sterile. And these are released either using paper bags, we have boxes, or we have just received a release machine there on the van. It's a release machine. These are for ground releases. And actually, under the project, we are also working on development of using drones for release of these flies. This will be mainly in areas where it's not we are not able to go by vehicles. Okay, so we had a meeting, the second meeting under the REACT was held in Mauritius in October, and we hosted it, the entomology division, and we had like 34 participants from 12 European countries. So it was quite a good exposure for us. And these are some impressions from this second annual meeting. So we had interactive work session where we were able to share, communicate, and get updated on the new technologies and research that is being carried out. We had presentations of the ongoing work of the different countries involved under the different work packages. We had also site visits to the different farms to meet the farmers mainly, just to see in reality how the problem is. We also had a main stakeholder meeting with all the sectors from the agriculture and the farmers, just to like a brainstorming to see what the real problem is and how we can tackle them under the project. And under the project, some of the benefits that we will have, you can see on the board here. First of all, you all know that fruit fly is a big problem, and what normally people do is they use pesticides. And pesticide is a very big problem, as you can say, one of the leading causes of cancer. And first of all, we will have a reduction in the use of pesticide, because what we are using, it is an environment-friendly technique, and this will allow us to protect our environment and also provide safe products to our consumers. Secondly, we will preserve and enhance our pollinators. Pollinators, I mean the bees, as you all know, it is very important, and the natural occurring biological agents, which are very important. We will be able to suppress and even eradicate, if possible, the fruit flies that is causing major damages. We will be able to increase the quality and the quantity of our fruits and vegetables. And all these, as the minister said, it is in line with the SDGs to be able to enhance food safety and promote food security. Well, at this stage, I would like to acknowledge the coordinator of the project from Germany, Professor Mark Stelig, and also EU for funding the project under the grant agreement, as you can see on the board. I thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very concrete, and congratulations again for being part of this. Stay, there will be questions. And hold on your questions. We will move now to the second testimonial from University of Mauritius. And this is a different project, different topic, but okay, please come and introduce yourself from University of Mauritius, and it's a Marie Skłodowska Reaction Staff Exchange, also completely bottom up. This one was a project selected after a call proposal where there were clear objectives which were announced and open for competition. In this case, it's a completely bottom-up call. The proposal can be on anything, on any subject. So, and you were successful. So please tell us about it.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So my colleague, Mrs. Patel, just talked about fruit flies. I'm going to talk about mosquitoes. Okay, so I'm Sudacha Kujanim. I'm from the Faculty of Information, Communication and Digital Technologies of the University of Mauritius. So I'm here today to share with you my experience and my team's experience on the InfoDay project. So the InfoDay project is funded by the EU under the Horizon Europe program under the MSCA Staff Exchange call. Okay, so the grant agreement is here. I'm going to give you a small overview of the project first, and I will be mostly sharing my experience on the project. Okay, so the title of the project the research and innovation partnership for enhancing the surveillance and control of mosquito vectors of emerging arboviruses. So in fact, the task, the main objective of the project is to develop tools and technologies basically for the surveillance of diseases transmitted by mosquito vectors. So there are many aspects that we look at in the project, particularly the development of diagnostic tools, vector control tools, surveillance applications, communication technologies. Also, other aspects is regarding awareness about mosquito-borne diseases. So this project, the funding for this project is mostly for staff exchanges. So of course, another objective is for knowledge sharing, capacity building, etc. And also, since we have collaborators from multiple institutions, academic institutions, and industry partners as well. So of course, another objective is to stimulate the collaboration between academia and industry as well. So, of course, we also have consideration for different regulatory constraints, environmental considerations, local authorities, etc. So, this was a very brief overview of the project. So I want to talk a little bit about the consortium for this project. So in this project, we have 25 partners. Most of them are academic and research institutions. And we also have product development companies. So I have tried to include most of the logos of our collaborators here. But what you see here are all the 5 product development companies that we work with. So the partners are basically from 17 countries. So of course, most of them are from the EU, but many from Africa. So I have highlighted the ones here. Yeah, so Mauritius, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Ivory Coast, and Madagascar. So this is a multidisciplinary project, and we have our partners have various, or from various disciplines. So as you see here, biology, ecology, virology, biotechnology, sociology, etc., IT. So this picture was a picture taken when we had the first kickoff meeting in Montpellier in February 2023. And it was very nice. I was there in the meeting. It's very good to see people from so many disciplines gathered around the same project. Because for me, it was the first international project. So we have been working mostly with IT people. We are working in health, so we have some connections with people in the health department at the university, but not really across all disciplines. So that was a very good experience for me, for my team as well, because we see people working in sociology, for example. I was not very sure what was the role of social studies, for example, in such type of project, but then later I understood the involvement, the importance of having people of so many disciplines in such types of projects. So yeah, I just want to give you a brief history of our involvement in the project. So probably what I should share with you is how we got into the project. So in fact, we at the University of Mauritius, so it was sometime in 2018 where there were some colleagues from Université Sergi Paris University and from NCA, École Nationale Supérieure de l'Électronique et de ses applications from France, who came to the university and did some presentations to give an overview of the research work they are currently doing. And we at the University of Mauritius also, we did some presentations. So this is how we built this collaboration. This is how we had the connections, the networking, etc. And we started discussion on the type of collaborative work we could do together. So this is how it all started. We first started with a small project which was funded by the University of Mauritius, first of all. So that project was complete, and then we had the opportunity. So our colleagues, they invited us to be part of the proposal. So this is how we got into the project. So we did our first, we submitted the first proposal in March 2020, right in the middle of COVID. So that was, you can just imagine, with so many partners and so many collaborators, it was something very, very tedious, but we did manage to submit the proposal. So it was on the MSCA RISE call at that time. Unfortunately, our proposal was not accepted at that time because, well, despite our good score of 86%. So I think it was, at some point it was in the waiting list, but unfortunately we didn't make it through. But of course we didn't lose hope, and we applied again in March 2022. And this time it was okay, so the proposal got accepted. We signed the grant agreement in November 2022, and the project started in January 2023. So this is a 4-year project which will end in December 2026. So what is funded? So under the MSCA staff exchanges call, the funding is for staff exchanges, basically, for secondments, as we refer to it. So secondments of staff between partner organizations located in different countries. So in fact, what we have here, this diagram shows a little bit the different mobilities, the different secondments that were planned at the beginning of the project. So yeah, so the funding that we get is mostly for staff exchanges, for secondments. So we do sign a grant agreement with EU regarding the project, but we also have a consortium agreement. This is something worth noting, is we do have a consortium agreement where we earmark, so out of the money that everyone gets for the different staff exchanges, so we earmark certain part of the money for some common activities. Like, for example, the kickoff meeting, for example, so comes from that funding. And we organized a conference in Tanzania. It was last year in August. So we do use this, this part of the budget that we earmark for common activities, even if we do have the funding only for the secondments. And something worth noting is what has been, what was very good is that, yeah, I think I just should show, yeah. So the maximum budget for the project is 1.4 million, around 1.4 million, which represents 306 person months. Okay, so this person months is the amount of fund which is allocated to 1 month of secondment. Okay, 1 month of secondment. So a secondment can be 1 month, 2 months, etc. So something that has been considered by the consortium is that the funding, well, the amount of money that will be spent for people traveling in Europe, in countries within Europe, and for people traveling from Brazil to Europe, from Mauritius or from other African countries, of course, it will be much more because of the travel costs. So something that has been considered, which we are very grateful for, is that they also cater for, well, the consortium also catered for long distance secondments. So as so people who have to travel to Europe from Mauritius, for example, we get some extra funding. So we have, we take this from the common funds for the project. So yeah, so this is a little bit about the staff exchanges. I'll just move forward. Yeah, I just wanted to show you a little bit our involvement in the project. So this is our team from the University of Mauritius. We have Professor Ketu, who is also here with us today. So our contribution to the project is the application of deep learning methods, computer vision, etc., to develop mobile applications for the identification of specific species of insects, of mosquitoes, which will eventually help to for the surveillance of vector-borne diseases. So this is our contribution in the project. And apart from our team from the University of Mauritius, also we have collaboration with the Vector Biology and Control Division of the Ministry of Health. So we are involved in the work package 1. The project has in all 5 work packages. We are involved in the first one, and our task. Yeah, so we are involved in the first task, which is mobile application for real-time identification of mosquitoes. So I just want to share with you a few slides on settlements that we have already completed from the University of Mauritius. So in November, December 2023, so we have my colleague Sarah and I, we went to NCA in Cergy, France, where we spent 1 month in terms of developing the data set for our project, and finalizing the setup of our equipment for taking of pictures, etc., of mosquitoes. We have another settlement that we had last year in April, May, at IRD, Institut de Recherche pour le Développement in Montpellier, France, where we learned a lot. So there, that was, so our collaborator here, Dr. Sereno, is mostly on the entomology side of the project. So we learned a lot about the entomology section also of the aspect of the project. And also, we had 12 of our colleagues from NCA who visited us at the University of Mauritius last year for their settlements. And of course, so you have pictures from the Vector Biology and Control Division as well of the ministry. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to share a few general principles that are highlighted in the MSCA action. First of all, one principle is to promote gender equality. So these are things which we not always cater for in our usual projects, but I think this is something which is very good as well. So what happens here is every time that we have our consortium meetings, etc., we always look at all the statistics regarding the gender equality. That is, how many men have gone for settlements, how many women. Usually, it is usually more men who go for settlements, especially if they are long settlements, like 1 month or more months, for obvious reasons. But I think on this side we are quite good. We have contributed to the project because out of the 8 settlements that we have for the University of Mauritius, we have 7 which have been carried out, or some of them still have to be carried out. So 7 of them will be done by women. So at least on this side, we are contributing to the project. So another principle is promoting open science, so promoting fair principles, publication in open access journals, etc. So these are things that usually are advised to us. Promoting greener mobility, so mobility to comply with the Green Charter, assessment of CO2 emissions, trying to book accommodation in eco-label hotels, etc. So again, this is something we are always advised to follow, and these are, I think, very good principles. But unfortunately, on this side, we are not very good because, unfortunately, because of the long travel time from Mauritius to Europe. Of course, our CO2 emissions at the University of Mauritius is usually quite high. So yeah, and yeah, so this is all I have to share with you. I will be happy to answer any questions if you have. These are some links for the InnoVec project. First of all, EU funding and tenders portal. I think this has already been shared, and I have my email address if you want to contact me if you have any questions in which I can help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard a lot about mosquitoes so far, and we should maybe not communicate too much to prospective tourists because they may be afraid of coming here. But thank you very much. We will now move to the third presentation, which is given online. It's Dr. Bani from University of Monastir. I hope you are with us.
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Then again, keep your questions. We will open the floor for questions at the very end.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. I hope that you are listening to me very clearly. No problem of
the next presentation.
Yes.
We lost
Good
connection.
morning.
He's online, but we don't. Can you,
Can you hear me?
Can you speak?
Yes, but can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, yes, it's okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this kind of invitation. Well, I was not aware to have a presentation, but even though I will try to present something regarding my experience and my recent project in the with the Horizon Europe opportunities. So can I share my screen just to present myself? Because here it's not allowed to share my screen, I think. I tried, but I cannot.
Can you try now?
Okay, I'll try again. Yes. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Mohamed Bani. I'm professor from Tunisia. I'm professor in molecular toxicology from the University of Monastir, but I'm also leading a research group belonging to SUS University. So I'm representing here today the both universities. So a brief introduction to my career. I already participated to very challenging calls from Horizon Europe opportunities, where I got several projects. My main research activities are around environmental pollution. Environmental pollution dealing with marine ecotoxicology, but not only marine. Recently, we developed a new axis devoted to agriculture soils. And I'm very happy to see that some of our colleagues are already working on pollinators. And this is one of the major targets of our research, how pollinators can mitigate environmental stressors, mainly the climate change and environmental pollutants. Among them, the most emergent one, microplastics. So we are dealing with this with these issues. So yes, how to participate in this challenging opportunities and how to be on the target of famous research group that will ask you to be partner with them. I think that being from the southern Mediterranean side, as Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and so on, it is not very easy to get the chance and to be partner or even leader of Horizon Europe projects, unless you can provide something of extremely precious, of extremely, let's say, crucial for the consortium. So here in Tunisia, we have this so-called skills to be really interesting in participating to these calls. That's why in my group, we have already been involved in a very nice project called Common, which is an NECBC MED project, but funded under the Horizon Europe project. It is with the main target to evaluate the presence of microplastic in several sites from the Mediterranean area and to depict hotspots of microplastics either in water, but also in marine organisms. And beyond this project, we got very nice results on how this microplastic can be very harmful on biodiversity in the Mediterranean. So the data obtained in this project were very motivating to present another project that has been recently funded 2 weeks ago with the setting of always Horizon Europe project, but this one is called the MED Pro Act, and it is devoted to the new mitigation strategies toward the zero pollution in the Mediterranean. I mean, another aspect that we are dealing with is the plastic in food packaging. And this is one main target of the Magno project. It is also an Horizon Europe that is coordinated by our friends from Seville in Spain. And the main target of this project is to provide a new insight into new polymers that could be more sustainable for the environment. I mean, this polymer will be used in food packaging. And you know that the main part of the plastic that we can find in the environment are from food packaging. So food packaging is really a very crucial aspect to be better managed. So that's why this project, the Magno project, is really very important for the European community, but not only. I'm here speaking about also the South Mediterranean area, since we are sharing the same space. The Mediterranean is an open space shared by European and non-European countries, so we have to manage this at the best of our possibilities. Well, we have submitted, unfortunately, 2 projects in the recent 2 years to the Horizon Europe calls under the pollinators axis. Unfortunately, we were in a shortlisted project, but not funded, regarding how to manage pollinators in the Mediterranean basin. And the first project was led by our friend from Norway. The second was led by our friend also from Portugal, but we always keep the hope that this project related to pollinators will be at the end a success, probably in the next call. So yes, in Tunisia we have this opportunity to have a highly level skilled students. So they are really very optimum to achieve research and to achieve what we are aiming behind the research programs. So what will be the main advantages having Tunisian as partners? First, the Tunisian environment is really, I mean, as I'm speaking about the university environment, is really flourishing and is providing huge opportunities to let the students, but also the group professors, working very easily without any administrative constraints, which is not really very easy in other countries. The second thing, that Tunisia is offering also an ecosystem, and now I'm speaking about environmental ecosystem, that is unique in the world. Tunisia, with his specific geographical position, can share environment starting from the Mediterranean to the desert. And this is quite unique in the world. So we can even evaluate some specific effect due to some specific condition that would not exist elsewhere. That's why, for example, in Tunisia, we have a site called the Gabes site, which is really very interesting because it do receive sands from the desert, amplifying the life in the Mediterranean. And it is the first ranked in the world in terms of biodiversity. So that's why, in the Mediterranean. So that's why, besides the opportunity that we can find at administrative level, in Tunisia we have specific and unique ecosystems, either in the Mediterranean Sea, but also inland. Inland, when I'm speaking about, I would highlight the agriculture conditions here in Tunisia that are really, we are not reaching up now the boundaries that were already reached in other countries in terms of pollution, in terms of loss of biodiversity, in terms of salinity of soils and so on. So we are in possession of an immense heritage of quality of soils that need to be, let's say, managed at the best. I'm not the unique person in Tunisia having this kind of project, of course, and I'm very happy with this because colleagues of me are also getting the
Laurent Bochot speaking. Thank you very much. I think that was quite interesting on one hand to show that once you get into those European projects, you are likely to be successful easier the next time. Then you can yourself become a coordinator. And this is also good because you really take the lead in your field. I think it was also good to hear from you about what are the comparative advantages of Tunisia, which is part of Africa, to also give ideas to Mauritius to see how you should sell yourself globally, as we heard the minister, not just education hub, but center of excellence in some areas where he said in the future, when you think of a field, you will think of Mauritius first as the best place to do research, to acquire data. I think there's no desert here, but you have a huge ocean around the island. So you have certainly other areas you can capitalize on. And this is food for thoughts for later. Thank you very much, Professor Bani. That was very useful.
Thank you very much
and,
for the project.
we have 4 testimonial online. Are they connected on green hydrogen? I know that they were going to connect late. If not yet, are you there? Mr. Siegfried Hügemann, are you there?
No, Laurent.
I would like to ask Christophe Clanche to say a few words about the program from France, France being one of the EU member states, as you know, founding members. And just to show that there is not just a European program, there is a number of also bilateral programs of relevance. Say a few words about what they are, because sometimes they are simpler to access. So please, Christophe. And then we will open the floor for questions.
Exprimer tout ce que j'ai à vous dire correctement. Et comme je sais que ça ne vous pose pas de problème de switcher d'une langue à l'autre, c'est très confortable pour moi. Merci de me donner l'occasion de présenter effectivement quelques actions que nous proposons en France et en partenariat aussi, bien sûr, avec le ministère de l'enseignement supérieur mauricien. On a plusieurs programmes qui peuvent permettre d'accompagner cette dynamique de mise en relation entre la recherche mauricienne, les chercheurs mauriciens et les chercheurs français. Un des premiers programmes est celui qu'on conduit avec le ministère de l'enseignement supérieur mauricien, c'est le partenariat Hubert-Curien, qui est un partenariat qui permet de financer des mobilités de chercheurs, des mobilités croisées entre chercheurs français et chercheurs mauriciens. Ce programme, il n'existe pas que entre Maurice et la France, il existe entre de nombreux pays et la France, puisque c'est un programme effectivement bilatéral. Et c'est un programme qui n'a aucune commune mesure avec ce qui est présenté là, puisqu'il ne s'agit pas de financer la recherche en elle-même, mais de financer la création de liens entre personnes, entre chercheurs, puisqu'on le sait, même si à travers les outils numériques, maintenant, on n'a pas forcément besoin de se déplacer pour travailler ensemble, il y a quand même des choses qui se passent mieux, plus facilement, quand on a la possibilité de se rencontrer, de réfléchir ensemble sur un temps long, autour d'une table, autour d'un café. Et donc, ce programme, ce partenariat Hubert-Curien permet effectivement de financer chaque année 2 à 3 projets de mise en contact de chercheurs pour pouvoir peut-être après construire un programme plus dense, plus complet et répondre à ce type d'appel à projet qui est proposé notamment par l'Union européenne. Donc là, la campagne de cette année pour 2025, 2024-2025, elle vient de s'achever la fin de la semaine dernière. On est satisfait puisqu'on avait un programme un peu moins connu, en tout cas qui n'attirait plus les foules. On avait l'année dernière, en 2024, seulement 4 dossiers qui avaient été déposés. On en a 17 cette année, donc du coup, on voit que quand on communique avec vous et quand on vous présente les avantages, finalement, il y a un intérêt renouvelé. Donc ça, c'est le premier programme. Après, on a d'autres programmes qui sont parfois plus souples, comme les séjours scientifiques de haut niveau que nous pouvons proposer à certains chercheurs. Et là, c'est une mobilité, on va dire, seulement dans un sens, qui permet à un chercheur mauricien d'aller pour 2 semaines, un mois et demi, en France, travailler avec des collègues parce qu'il a peut-être besoin d'une expertise, parce qu'il a besoin d'accéder à un matériel spécifique. Et donc, ça permet là aussi de créer des liens de recherche. Et enfin, on a d'autres programmes qui sont des programmes plutôt récurrents et qui ne sont pas portés spécifiquement par le poste diplomatique de Maurice, mais comme le programme MOCPA, Make Our Planet Great Again, qui permet de financer des séjours longs pour des chercheurs, des postdoctorants en France pour participer à des recherches sur des thématiques liées avec notamment le changement climatique, en lien avec le changement climatique. Donc là, c'est un programme qui finance chaque année une 60aine de bourses pour une année pour que un postdoctorant puisse rejoindre un programme de recherche en France. Voilà quelques mots que je pouvais vous dire aujourd'hui. Et on est à l'écoute de vos projets, de vos besoins pour pouvoir, pourquoi pas, construire de nouvelles solutions en bilatéral, mais aussi en lien avec les actions multilatérales.
17 propositions, vous allez pouvoir en financer combien?
Ça dépend de la hauteur du projet, hein, puisque les projets peuvent être différents. S'il n'y a que 2 personnes qui sont en lien dans le projet, ou s'il y en a 10, on n'a pas de pouvoir se Et notre enjeu, c'était d'en avoir 17 pour pouvoir, avec mon ami Kiran, aller chacun de notre côté dans nos ministères, dire regardez, il y a des besoins, donnez-nous plus d'argent. Tant qu'on n'avait que 4 projets, on nous disait bon, ce qu'on vous donne, ça vous suffit, amusez-vous avec ça.
Très bien, mais bonne chance donc aux applicants. Merci Christophe. Il y aura donc un appel l'année prochaine au niveau, avec plus d'argent, si j'ai bien compris. Continuez à déposer des dossiers. Entre-temps, je vois Siegfried Udemann qui est connecté. Donc, nous allons changer de sujet et parler d'hydrogène vert. Le projet vient de se terminer. Et Cédric, the floor is yours. Sorry, I'm speaking French now. I'm not sure you can understand me. So, Cédric Udemann, please, from the African Hydrogen Partnership, which is an organization based in Mauritius. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here today and for the introduction. Just checking the sound system. Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right. So my name is Iggy Hugemann. I'm the Secretary General of the African Hydrogen Partnership, the only continent-wide association in Africa dedicated to green and natural hydrogen. So a bit about my background first. I've been following the hydrogen fuel cell tech development literally for 40 years. I was one of the very, very first individuals joining the German Hydrogen Fuel Cell Association more than 20 years ago. And then back in 2014, I initiated the work on the African Hydrogen Partnership with the aim to establish a continent-wide association. So that has worked out quite nicely. The HP is registered in Mauritius. We registered it in Mauritius back in 2020, and we are now approximately 40 member organizations and continue to grow. The African Hydrogen Partnership has been part of an EU-sponsored project. It's a Just Green Africa project, which was closed at the end of the last year, beginning of this year. Now, let me share my monitor with you. Can you see it? Can you see my monitor?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a Just Green Africa project. Now, and as part of the project, I would like to draw your attention to something that is not really widely discussed in Brussels and in Africa, and specifically Mauritius, but we work very, very closely together with institutions in Mauritius, and I mean, the guys have done an excellent work for us in Mauritius, so for the African Hydrogen Partnership. So our office, registered office, is in Port Louis in Mauritius, and legal, accountancy, audit, compliance, all these basic functions are in Mauritius. Now, having going back to a topic that we have discussed, you know, as part of the Just Green Africa hydrogen project, and that relates to something that is sort of a very special topic for Africa, and that illustrates the need for having decentralized hydrogen-based solutions. Now, have a look at this table here in the upper left-hand corner. You can see Germany, UK, and France, and here's the total population size. So those three countries combined have a total population of some 220 million people. All right, so Germany, UK, France, 220 million people. The centralized power generation capacity, I mean, here in this table is 420. That is a bit outdated. You know, it might be now 450, 470 gigawatt for 220 million people. 220 million people, 450 gigawatt. Now, we all of us know that this power generation capacity is insufficient for the direct electrification of European countries, of those three European countries. So direct electrification translates into grid expansion for battery electric vehicles, heat pumps, you name it. Yeah. So some voices say that they need to add at least double that amount. You know, nobody knows the values precisely, but some additional 400, 500 gigawatt, which is already a challenge. Anyway, now take a look here at Nigeria, and that illustrates the challenges that we see in Africa. Nigeria has currently a total population size of 220 million people. Here it says 230, but let's assume it's 220 million. So that is comparable to the total population size of Germany, UK, and France combined, right? 220 million people. The realized power generation capacity in Nigeria is just 5.5 gigawatt. That's it. There's not more. 220 million people, 2 power plants. So using now an analogy, so a German power plant is something like what? 1.5, 2 gigawatt regular coal-fired power plant or whatever. You know, it's in that range. Let's say 2, 3 power plants for 220 million people. Now, you might wonder, you know, why is that? There are all sorts of reasons for that. But possibly the most important reason is the electric grid. So when we are talking about electricity supply, you've got to think about the production. You've got to think about the second step, which is the transmission, the high voltage lines. And then you've got to think about the third part, which is the delivery. You know, so that goes basically then from the step down to transformers, you know, into the houses, the distribution. Now, constructing a grid in Africa is extremely challenging because sub-Saharan Africa is just very, very different. And I'm not talking about pure theory here. I've experienced it firsthand. Yeah, so I've bought a piece of land in East Africa, in Tanzania, you know, almost 10 years ago. More or less immediately, I got dragged into legal cases where people came along and said, this was my land, you know, the seller was a fraud, and so on and so forth. You know, so it's extremely difficult to expand the grid in Africa. Now, we don't have to get into all those details. It is what it is. Now, for that reason here, Nigeria has added a total diesel generator capacity, stationary systems of 40 gigawatt. At least that is the official number. I personally think it's rather 50 or 60 gigawatt.
I think you're muted.
Say again?
That's not my goal.
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Now.
All right, there was a delay. Sorry for that. You know, so I guess it relates to the grid, to the network. Right. So anyway, coming back to that one, can you still hear me now? I hope you can hear me. it's not working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Good. So now that is 36 gigawatts in Poland, and that illustrates the problem. So here on the right-hand side, you see now a photo from a tower that was destructed, a power transmission tower in East Africa. So that it's not only about constructing the grid, implementing it, it's about protecting it, maintaining it. And that is really a challenge. So that leaves us basically with only one solution. It needs to be a decentralized hydrogen-based solutions that are driven by the private sector. And that is what's needed. And that's why hydrogen is absolutely crucial, yeah, for Africa. Africa will not be able to add, hundreds of gigawatts of electric grid capacity within the next 20 to 30 years. The financial squeeze is already coming, and we can see it. We have discussions about this almost on a daily basis. The funds for dirty projects, dirty energy-related projects, for example, an ammonia plant that uses coal, are not available anymore because of these technologies are environmentally unsustainable. The banks are not financing it anymore. While at the same time, you can expect that in 10 to 15 years from now, they cannot get internal combustion engine vehicles anymore either. I mean, 50% of the new vehicles sold in the global north are already battery electric vehicles in Germany specifically. 50%, yeah? So in 10 to 15 years from now, there will be only whatever, or mostly used battery electric vehicles available. And what are you doing with BEVs in a region where you don't have an electric grid? And by the way, although Elon Musk is from South Africa, you can't buy Teslas in Africa. He's not doing any business there, because what are you supposed to do with your Teslas in Africa if there is no grid? There's nothing you can do there. And that's why hydrogen technology is so crucial, especially for the transportation sector, so hydrogen trucks and buses. So that I just wanted to point out that Africa is very, very different. Now, having said that, how do we work together with Mauritius? So my background is in quantitative methods. So I've worked for years on the buy-side asset management. We are now working on concepts where we basically can channel, investment opportunities through Mauritius to the international capital markets. So we'll see if we can make that work as well. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay online. We will open now the floor for questions. I will ask the two testimonials from earlier who are present here to come maybe to the floor. We'll move to the floor. And what we'll do, we will take a series of questions instead of responding one to one. And there must be a microphone. Yeah. So please don't be shy. I know it was a lot of information. We presented Horizon Europe, the various parts of it, and then you had 4 testimonials from different subjects, different part of the program. So, first question, please introduce yourself and ask the question. Thanks.
Good morning, or this is good afternoon. Christian Bienig, an ex-lecturer at the university, but also someone who's worked in different regional projects. And Laurent, we shook hands at tea time, and we both looked at each other thinking he looks familiar. It's because we were together in Brussels last week at the meeting where we were discussing about how to boost collaboration between, or research and innovation between Europe and Africa. So sorry, I had a haircut since, so maybe you didn't recognize me. So, okay, I'm someone who specializes in knowledge management. So I thought I'll come here more to learn about what are we learning about the methods of collaboration around research and innovation. So I'm just going to share some of the lessons learned from what I've heard so far, and it's more for our testimonial providers to confirm. So for example, what we learned from Naushin and Ms. Patel and Ms. Sudha. Yeah, it's about how Mauritius got involved. First of all, it seemed to be that we were able to leverage on our capacities before. So in the case of Ministry of Agriculture, they had a project from IAEA which gave them the equipment, which gave them the capacity to be able to provide some service in terms of research and innovation. Similarly, in your case, you had your research group. You talk about having done a small project with one of the partners of the consortia, who then said, okay, you seem to be a viable partner to bring on board. So again, let's see that we're learning step by step, starting small. What I also heard when in your experience of going for the submissions in 2 rounds means that as long as your idea is sound scientifically and it has an impact potential, it seems that you should keep at it. So here I'm also mentioning is the potential for impact and not about the impact. So that's where research and innovation starts, and the rest in terms of impact will be where development projects starts with scaling and so on. You mentioned the consortium agreements, which were clear. So again, we see all these work packages everywhere in all these proposals. Sometimes you think it's very limiting, but it also provides clarity in terms of what roles we have. And I'm sure there are flexibility in terms of within the work packages to expand or to reduce the scope. So what is the lesson for Mauritius? We've seen cases where we started with small investments or small interventions, and our role should be to try to make it expand on it. Either we expand on it locally by involving other partners in Mauritius into these projects, or maybe even to think about how Mauritius can play a role in the regional dimension. For example, the sterilization of insects in the lab in Mauritius, you say is the only facility in the Indian Ocean. I was thinking, can you now provide sterile insects that can be exported to the other islands of the Indian Ocean? That would make you become more credible in terms of a future collaboration. I've got 2 more lessons. Sorry, yeah. So Mauritius, we learned from Siegfried that Mauritius can provide the administrative and financial support to project consortia. So he chose to have the accounting and all these. It's not necessarily research and innovation, but we have the human capital in Mauritius to be able to manage the back office of these kinds of consortia. And then what we also learned is, if we are not able to participate in these projects now, at least we should learn how to formulate the problems. So Siegfried talked about a problem at the continental level. We talk about regional projects. It's a continental level, regional level, or thematic, but not a national project, because in this kind of collaborative approach, we have to find projects that are common to multiple countries, whether it is Africa, whether it's Europe and Africa, or whether we use the expertise to address problems in Africa. So I'm just putting these out there for you to comment on it and to confirm whether these are a good understanding of what we should be thinking about this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I remember seeing you last week, and you were also asking questions often during the discussions. And this sounds more like a conclusion than a question, but so maybe as we are running late, we will not have a conclusion and rely on your conclusion to save time. We will now take a few more questions, and then we will answer all these questions you request for comments, and we will wrap up. So we have Professor Banjul in front. I remind that you are also the NCP for Erasmus, the NCP for Mauritius for the Erasmus Plus program.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you to the colleagues from MRIC. My name is Kiran Bajan. I'm the Director of Tertiary Education and Scientific Research at the level of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research. A few questions down there. A few comments first. Thank you for appreciating the work being done at Erasmus level in Mauritius. And one thing that we learned from the Erasmus experience is that we were getting the same people applying all the time, because they were the one who knew the path, how to apply. And we saw also the charts that was showing where Mauritius was nowhere in the list of those who were receiving any funding. So the question or the request that I have is, can we have capacity building sessions for the wider research population of Mauritius into how to write proposals? That's one. And second, maybe some kind of networking events into how to connect with potential partners. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So I am Mrs. Vandana from the Open University Academics. So my very interesting, exposure from two testimonials here. So I have a question for the second one from the from the University of Mauritius. So you said that you submitted your proposal initially and it was rejected. So the timeline, you received the feedback. How was the feedback? You base your second submission with the positive or negative, feedback that you have. Just explain a bit about this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Professor Sunita Fakar from the University of Mauritius. As we have heard today and also from my own experience, I know EU and a lot of other funders like these kind of multidisciplinary projects which are driven and implemented by consortium. Very good. But when you actually get the grants and you start implementing, there are a lot of challenges when you have to deal with so many universities, so many groups, so many people. So I'd be interested to hear from their experience. So what are the challenges, constraints during the implementation when you have a large consortium, and how they dealt with it and how EU facilitates that?
Yes, hello. First, thank you very much for inviting me. So I'm Miriam Blin. I'm the head of the Charter Affairs Center, which is a regional think tank hosted by Charter Affaires Education here in Mauritius. It's not really a question for those who share the testimonial, even though I was very grateful to hear those, but maybe more for those who are managing these big grants. Listening to the presentation, it seems to be a lot that the grantees have been in the field of science rather than the social science and humanities. And so I would like to know, what, even though you did mention that this was part of your target themes, but, I would like to know, what is the extent to which these kind of topics under social sciences and humanities have been able to be successful for these types of grants, maybe globally, but also for the ones that target Sub-Saharan Africa. And the other question is, I see a lot of public tertiary education in the landscape of those who are benefiting from these grants, but there are also some private higher education institutions in Mauritius, including the one I work for. And so I just want to know, what is the space for private higher education institution? We're much smaller, and is there space for us in these grants? Thank you very much.
Okay, 3 more, and then we will answer questions and wrap up. So, 4. No, sorry. Where's the microphone? Okay, 4 questions. No, 3 questions. 4 questions. You start.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My name is Rachel Bowe. I'm from the civil society organization named EcoSud. I go on the same line as Miriam said, that the presentation is more about tertiary and education and science, but is there space also for civil society organization? Because, for example, at EcoSud, we do a lot of research in the marine conservation, and also we have a department where we advocate for rights of nature, for example, and we really want to base our advocacy on evidence and science-based, in line with everything that is humanitarian and social science. We are in contact also with a lot of civil society organizations who try to send their proposal for the last EU call for proposal for civil society, but none of the organizations I know have been able to reply, go to till the end of the process. So How do we include more civil society in this process? Is there space for any specific capacity building also for civil society? Thank you.
Behind you. Yep. Then we come to the front.
Yes, thank you. I'm Kavin Singh, Associate Professor from the University of Technology, Mauritius. I have two very short and simple questions. I think in my mind, first, how ahead should we plan, a project writer, especially ideation, for instance, the project idea, how long would it take? I believe you have an average of 3 months to wrap up. What are the constraints you really feel when writing up these concepts? And also about consortium management, to ratify all those consortium, the bigger, I think you have one group with 25 consortium partners. So what are the real life challenges to handle these consortium, and the bigger it goes? Thank you.
Great. And then front.
Thank you. I'm Ashna Tama from the University of Mascarenhas. Thank you for this nice presentation. What I could gather is that our colleagues secured the fund. It was mostly an invitation from the partners rather than like we generating that relationship. So what are the avenues possible that we ourselves generate those partnerships with our external partners? And also for the first presentation, I could barely situate that collaboration because you presented mostly what you did, but what about that collaboration from you? Get an idea.
And behind you. Last question.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathy Rupirin. I live in Australia, but I'm Mauritian, and I'm the director of WeMoney, which is a financial literacy social enterprise. And in terms of innovation, we're very lucky because last year we got the Innovation Boost grant from the MRIC. I think in terms of questions that have been asked, the Mauritian diaspora is quite strong, very capable, very clever, as we are in the room. There's a lot of potential. Networking is really essential, and the way Laurent talked about it, to me, when I was buzzing and I was just buzzing with ideas and just writing down in my notebook, because in terms of financial literacy, when I think about the person who talks about France, we have so many French-speaking African countries, and I would love to be collaborating on financial literacy with them. And for example, civil societies that also everybody needs financial literacy, so I do feel like there's a lot of collaboration opportunity, and thank you so much for bringing this to us today, and that beautiful slide with all the links, because I can't wait to get started. If any one of you is interested in collaborating with Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia, and myself and WeMoney, I would be delighted to have a chat later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we had a lot of questions. I didn't take note, but I'm trying to remember most of it, but I will first ask our colleagues here to answer those that was either directly related to you or for which you would like to provide some insights.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. Very interesting questions. Well, I'll just start with Dr. Binik. So we were very fortunate, in fact, we are part of the fruit fly community worldwide. So we tend to know each and everybody because we meet regularly for meetings, for symposiums. That is how we got to get into this project. Okay, so we have very good collaborations. Beside this project, we have also research project that we have, specific research project that we work on, and mostly it is for on fruit flies. And as I rightly said, this facility, we have it in Mauritius, but the second one will be soon inaugurated this year itself in Morocco with a bigger capacity. So still we work together that on different aspects, how to control these pests, because it is causing major havoc worldwide. It is a very, especially when we talk about food security, so we talk very much about how to counter these issues, how to go about. And as you rightly said, we can provide these pupae fruit flies to different. We have already started. We have projects with the Réunion Island that is Syria and Seychelles, because we have the species of flies that they have, being tropical country, we share the same flies, as I can say. So we have already ongoing projects with Syria and with Seychelles, and each one, they have their demands. So for Réunion Island, it's specific, they need these dorsalis flies because these are the major ones causing problems. And what we have, for the time being, we have pilot research studies. They come to Mauritius, we go there, we have a transfer of like research, what we are doing. And basically, we already sent like 2 consignments to them. They are testing the same flies in their conditions. We are testing ours, so it's a collaboration project. And same goes for Seychelles. Okay, so we are trying to work. It is not only national level, it is also regional level. And as I just said, Professor Faknat also, she was asking how do we so different number of people to collaborate together. But we are like a family, you know, we know each other. We have been meeting so many times. We just last year, we had an international fruit fly symposium, if you remember. So we had like 39 countries all around worldwide, where we had like 150 participants. So it was a big conference over 5 days where we had chance to know what are our demands, what are the challenges. We work together to see where we can fit in. That's how we do the proposals, we see where we can work together. Like the objective is just one and only, to get rid of these fruit flies.
So do you feel ready now to write the proposal yourself?
Why not?
Yes.
Why not? With assistance of those who are here, why not work together with you? We already collaborate with the University of Mauritius on several projects. Professor Faknat is in fact my supervisor for my PhD, so we know each other very well. So why not? Thank you. And one question, the collaboration aspect we're talking about. So we are basically here to do the field trials, being the one with the facility here, being the one with the expertise, because you know in EU there are many regulations, like we cannot do many things like releasing, but in Mauritius it is good or bad, but we have this flexibility, you know, we are able to do these releases. We haven't
it's not bad.
No, it's not bad, because it is, you know, it is sterile flies that we are releasing, but EU, you know, is very much more, they have very much more conditions, so it's easier for them to do all the trials here. We have all the facilities, we have the expertise, we have the lab, and what they will produce, we will rear and give them back. This is how we are going to collaborate. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so maybe I'm going to add a little bit on what Notion just said. So regarding the challenges, so in fact, for building, of course, the biggest challenge was building the consortium, right? So in fact, the project, the InfoDay project is following the MSV staff exchange program. So the funding was only for staff exchanges, but the consortium already had the networking from before, so we already had research collaborations from before. So the funding for development of our different products, of the different activities of the project, so was already from other funding sources. So the project was mostly to increase this collaboration, this staff exchange, the knowledge sharing, etc. So for the InfoDay project, the coordinator was the Institut de Recherche pour le Développement from Montpellier. So the coordinator there will contact all members in his network and working on the same, of course, working on the same in the same area. So this is how we also got involved in the project, So someone from IRD already had some working collaborations with NCR, and we had working collaborations with NCR. So this is how the network is built around. So this is how we build the network with all these different consortiums. So I think this is the most challenging part, and this is what is required. In fact, this is probably what we are missing. So some of you did propose about having some knowledge sharing workshops, etc. But we do have some, like for example, at the University of Mauritius, we we organize a research seminar. So I think if we could, these are opportunities, in fact, to build our networks. Like we have the research seminar this year. In fact, we'll be organizing the National Research Week with all universities together. So it won't be each university separately. So it will be something national at the national level. So I think this would be a good opportunity to build the networks. So I think that is what is probably missing here, knowledge sharing. And in fact, this workshop today, I think it's already something which is positive, where we will start with our networking, etc. So I don't know if we miss any questions. I forgot.
Well, I think the other question was about the role for social sciences and the inclusion of civil society. I mean, I explained that under the excellent science, it's totally bottom up, and a lot of funding is going to social sciences for the individual grantees under the European Research Council, but also Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, the global fellowships. It can be any field, so you're most welcome to apply. When it comes to the clusters, the problem-driven topics, we always encourage social scientists to work together with the natural science people. I mean, you heard from you that even in your project, there are people, and you were wondering why. So that was an interesting comment from you. So sometimes it may not be natural, but clearly it was an added value for the project itself to bring that dimension. Same, I would say, with civil society, because we need to make sure that the research we do is relevant and will be finally applied and used and disseminated broadly. So having civil society representation from the very beginning, from the design of the project and throughout the implementation, and when it comes to results, outcomes, being able to build on this. In all these projects, in this issue of release of the insects, that is not possible in Europe, but maybe here. I mean, this is an issue that civil society may say, wait a minute, you know, is it safe? You know, is it going to have a long-term impact on the whole ecosystem? We need to be sure we are not playing with new technologies. So this consideration are very important to take. Civil society is best placed to raise those issues and monitor and ensure that the scientists do not do crazy things when they don't want to do crazy things, but may end up doing crazy things sometimes. So I think we addressed most of the question. There was this issue about the time between the rejection and the
this is
and the feedback.
Exactly.
If you want to answer.
So yeah. So in fact, when we get the feedback from the result of the application of the proposal, it is something very comprehensive. It is very detailed with different sections of what we of the different sections of the report, the various aspects. It is very clear. The marking, how they have done the marking, it is very detailed. So they tell us how many marks we got for whatever section, etc. So this is how they compute the score, and for the first time we got the score of 86%. So based on the feedback that we have got, of course, we improved the proposal. Maybe what was missing from our proposal, any aspects which we didn't touch at all, probably. So we just update the proposal because most of the work was already there, and then we sent again. And anyway, the first time itself, we were already on borderline, so we were not very far. So that's why we got, in fact, the encouragement to apply again after in the second call.
Thank you. So you see, don't be shy. And even if you fail, this is part of the game. There are more people failing than people successful, unfortunately, due to the rate of success. And there's nothing wrong about talking about it, as we heard from the professor from Tunisia. He's not always successful. He has got a number of projects, but it's part of the game. And you always find ways to keep your network going and finding another source of funding, maybe not the full project or the full partnership, but some of it. So it's not wasted, and you get to know people better, and it's getting ideas from the discussion for your own research. So I think we have addressed all the questions. Again, we had a very eloquent summary already, so I will not summarize because we have a lunch waiting, and we want people to stay for the hands-on training that will come, and that's partly addressing your question. And it will not be about how you write the full applications, but how you find partners, how do you find opportunities, how do you find who is funded in your field. You can try to approach to be better known and maybe meet them in some of the events they organize, and then be invited for the next application. But we do this online. We can do this also. Obviously, it's time consuming and expensive to travel to all the countries, but there are, Ahmed will mention this, there are a number of activities done by Your Access Africa to help with this grant writing, finding partners, specific webinars which are available online. So even if you missed it, you can have access to the recording. So I would like, maybe in closing, thank MRC for being our partner. Thank the University of Mauritius for being the host for this event. My colleague at the EU delegation, my colleague at the French Embassy for joining and speaking without giving advance notice. And thank all of you for participating. Thanks to the testimonials and those online. I see now. Thank you very much. And thank all of you. The important new things as well is the establishment of the national contact points, with Madve being the coordinator, Dr. Madu. So please stand up again. I know everybody knows you, but I think you should be seen once more, and I think we should praise. It's very important that Madve manages to organize a small team. So all the information about calls, about opportunities, about events is filtered and sent to the most qualified people here, so you can help each other preparing. I think your wisdom and your experience, knowledge management can be used as well. We talked about also bringing the higher education commission part of this, and some of the research center more targeted health or agriculture, to make sure you really take all these opportunities and be more successful. So we are going to launch the Africa Initiative 3 in end of April. There will be about 15 topics top-down, where you will have an opportunity to flag your interest for at least one of them, and hopefully be invited. As we heard, first you have to be seen, be part of it, and then you will become able to write your own proposal after some time. And then we will have a call for the last 2 years of Horizon Europe that will be published normally towards the end of the year, and that will be funding for 2 years. So there we will have time. There was a question about how much time you need to prepare. Then you will have time, because some of the deadline will be 2026, 2027. So there will be time for you to work with a network to establish a good proposal. And I hope we will organize an event in next year, beginning of next year, sometime. By the time we will have more applications, we will have also for the maybe Mercurien, more money for the next call, and we'll have more testimonials, and you will still be running your project. So we invite you again to give us an update. So with this, thank you to everybody here. and we now move for lunch, but it's not over. We count on you to be back after the lunch, 1:15, maybe 1:30 because we are late. 1:30, we're back here. There will be 1 hour and 30 minutes hands-on session to follow from Ahmed, and then we'll close. Thank you very much, and have a bon appetit.
Can you hear me? And now, can you hear me? I'm trying to share my screen. Yes, nice. Okay. Can you see my screen? I'm sharing my screen at the IFTOC portal, Funding and Tenders portal. If it is, please tell me.
Hello, Mr. can you hear us?
Yes, of course. And for my side, it's okay?
Yeah, but we can't hear you.
It's okay or not?
Can you talk to us?
Yes.
Yeah, sign on.
Yeah, actually, I'm sharing my screen if it is okay. So I think it works well. Just I'm trying to navigate in the portal. I will try to explain everything about using this portal, and I think we can manage to launch the online workshop. There is some delay.
Yes, so we start
Okay,
around
if it,
in
how much? 5 seconds? Yeah,
around
if it is some delay, I will try to be slowly. I will try to give the demonstrations very slowly, okay? I will do that.
done. Oh, just done. Yeah. Ahmed, good morning. It's Manisha here.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
afternoon.
yeah, I think we are
Yeah.
on time. I don't have the planning with me, but I think we are on time. Let me check.
Yeah, for my side, it's okay. I can share my screen. I can go slowly with the platform, so no problem for my side. Just tell me when I can when we can start the this workshop. So just tell me I'm here.
I think we are almost done with lunch. Maybe the participants are having a coffee. In about 10 minutes, I would say.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Let me know as soon as start. This was similar. No, budget should be only. What you might have budget side from what? Sometimes if you don't add so much, just people don't make the little cover. They move out more. So, but then they can't jump on, but then they can't jump. There's no way that's right. We could do put in a call up in just fund. Exactly that. The kind of the participant for the other.
Yes.
And she can conduct the training session for about 1 hour each, then some questions. So I'm going to leave the floor now to our start the action. So Tom, please, you can start now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, please? Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. I think we can start now, and I'm trying to present you today two platforms. The first one is related to EU funding and tenders portal, and we try to navigate through this portal to see how to search call of proposals, how to search partner, and how to hands on this platform and to be able to get opportunities from Europe. So let me start with Google. And of course, we have two keywords. The first one is funding and tenders. This one. When we click on it, we will see the first link related to the platform is the EU funding and tenders portal. When we click on, you will see this platform. It's the main platform. We have all programs here. We have Erasmus Plus. We have Creative Europe. We have also Horizon Europe and many others. So we have many options in this platform. And let's start before we click on funding. And the first thing to do is to click on calls for proposals like that. When we click on, we wait, and we will see that we have this quick search. This quick search, and we have many options here. And first of all, we need to click on the programming period, and we click on 21-27. And of course, we have many programs, and you will see we have Horizon Europe, we have Connective Europe Facility, we have Erasmus Plus, we have many others programs. And today, our event is related to Horizon Europe. We click on Horizon Europe like this, and of course, we can see other options, and we can click on submission status. And for example, we have forthcoming codes, we have open for submission, and we have closed. For us, we can select only forthcoming and open for submission. No need to see call of proposal already closed. And of course, we can click on all filters, and you will see here in the right side, we have the program period, we have the program, and we have the architecture of this program. So the first pillar in this program, it's the excellence science, and it related to European Research Council grants. It related also to MSCA actions and researchers infrastructures. And of course, for the collaborative project, we have many clusters. The cluster 1 is the cluster health, and the cluster 2 is the culture, creativity, and inclusive society. We have the civil security for society. We have digital, industry, and space. We have climate, energy, and mobility, and we have the food, bioeconomy, and natural resources. So we have the cluster 1, cluster 2, and we have the cluster 6, and we can choose between the clusters and to see if we have already call of proposals. And we have the pillar 3 is Innovative Europe, and the final is the widening participation. This is related to WIDERA, the network WIDERA. So, of course, we can use the quick search to put only the keywords. For example, when we work in artificial intelligence, we can put artificial intelligence, and the system, this platform, they show for us all call proposals they make and they use or based on artificial intelligence, or they need to have some component of artificial intelligence in this call of proposals. But of course, we can use the architecture. For us, we will, as Laurent already said, that we will have a lot of call of proposal in April and in May. But actually, we have some new call of proposals related to, I think, the climate, energy, and mobility. We have many call of proposal already launched in 11th of March. When we click on climate, energy, and mobility, we have 39 already call of proposals. As you see, the number of opportunities related to cluster 5 in Horizon Europe in the pillar 2 in the collaborative project. So when you click on the view results, as already said, we can do the same. It's the same. We need to specify the period, specify the program, and of course we can see the architecture and select the cluster if we want to be able and participate in cluster 5. When we click on view results like this, you will see we have forthcoming. What means forthcoming? It means that the call already there in the platform, but is not open for submission. We have time to see this call of proposal, to see how to be in this call of proposal. And when the time is coming, we will have the possibility to submit as, of course, if we are the coordinator. But in Mauritius, you can be a partner in this call of proposals. So usually we have the same informations for each call of proposal. When, for example, when we click on the first one, okay, the first thing to maintain is the call topic ID. What means the call topic ID? It means that it's the ID when we share, when we exchange with the partner from Europe, from anywhere in the world, we need to put this call topic ID and share this call topic ID with partner in order to see to have the same information about this call. And of course, we have the opening date is the 1st of April, and the deadline date is 16 September 2025. It's single stage, means that we need to write the whole of proposal and submit this proposal. When you click on it, you will see some details related to this call of proposals. Of course, you can see the topic ID, this one, and we have some general information about the program. It's Horizon Europe. It's related to this call. And the type of action, it's research and innovation actions. What means that? Means that we need the consortium to have a partner as a laboratory of research or a center of research center. It means that we need to have researchers in this call of proposal. So we have the deadline, the opening date, and we have the description of this call of proposal. First of all, we have the expected outcome. And of course, we need to read carefully all details related to expected outcome. We have the scope also for this call of proposal. And we have also many details. We need to read carefully all detailed text here related to this call of proposal. But when we see after this description of this call of proposal, you will have some information, very useful information about the general conditions related to this call of proposal, to see if there is some eligibility criteria related to this Horizon Europe. It is possible to have Mauritius there involved in this call of not, etc. So we need just to read, to take into account this the two annex, the Annex A and the Annex E. And of course, we have here some information about the budget of review. So what I said first, I said that we need to have the call topic ID. So to have the topic ID, just I want to see the topic ID on the top of this page. It's 02, yeah, okay. And we need to have this information in order to see the budget related to this call of proposal. So, okay, let's see the table, and you see which one. Yes, I think it's, yes, this one. And the budget is 93 million euro. It's a huge budget, very big budget. And it's the number of grants, it's indicative number of grants. Means that for each project, for each proposal accepted, it means we have the average between 30 million euro for each project. When we give budget for 3 projects, 3 grants, means that we have 3 at least maximum. And for each one, it's 31 or 30 million euro. It's a big and huge budget. It means that for this call of proposal, we will have not only we will have a lot of partners, a great number of partners, and we have the chance to be involved in this call topic. So I will show you this after to see the information related to the budget in this table. We see that actually in the top we have, the bottom we have the partner search announcements. So what means that? It's a tool already there. in the platform, in the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. When we click on this one, first of all, we need to see actually at this time we have 47 partners from the world. They search, they are interested to this call of proposal. And we have two types. We have the expertise request and we have the expertise offer. What means expertise request and what means expertise offer? The expertise request means that I am the coordinator. I want to submit a project and I want to write a proposal to respond to this call, and I request some expertise, and I want some partner from some countries to be involved with me, as I am the coordinator. But if I am not the coordinator, but I'm interested, this kind of proposal for me, I think I can be there. I can be involved in this kind of proposal. So I will offer my expertise. And what means offer my expertise? It's a small paragraph. And for this small paragraph, we'll try to enhance our visibility, just to tell just we need to be involved. We are a team from Mauritius University, from startups, from entrepreneurs, from many organizations based on Mauritius, and we are interested for this call topic, and you can in contact us, and you can put your email in this. So, for example, this from Albania, this one from Russia, this one from Ireland, this one from Poland, Greece, so UK, Turkey, Ireland. So you see that there is a lot, Slovakia, there is a lot of countries already there, more than 47 organizations from the world. And of course, there is the expertise offer. What means that these, for example, these organizations, they are already interested to this call of proposal, and they want to be involved in this call of proposal. So my advice for you is to take care for this tool. It's useful tool. I have the experience and I'm using this. I get some response from partners from Europe as well, the partner from the world, and they contact me when I put my email like this. When you see, so please contact, and they put their email here. And of course, it's a small or medium-sized enterprise. So we have it's NGO. So we have many types of organizations. So this is the tool. But for example, I will try to show you how to put this expertise offer or expertise request. First of all, we need to have the account in this platform. And as individual, as innovator or researchers, you can create your account for free. No problem for that. But if you want to put the expertise or add the expertise offer or the expertise request, you need to be appointed as administrator of this of your organization. For example, when we ask the University of Mauritius, we try to ask the international service in this university, and they have the possibility to do that on your behalf. So, or for example, if you have your own organization and you want to add your expertise offer in behalf in your organization, you can do that if you have the access, the full access as the lead or as the administrator of your account in the platform. Of course, when we create our account in this platform, we can add a new organization. So European Commission don't ask you about any paper before submit a proposal, and if the proposal is already accepted, they ask you to give all information, all legal information about your organization to make sure that it's a true and a legal organization and can get fund under Horizon Europe. So I will try to sign in with my personal account, but with my personal account, I have already I manage some organizations with my personal account. I will try to show you how to do that. And of course, I'm now connected, as you see, it's my name now, and I'm connected. And of course, I have a new button there. It's add. Before, I cannot see this button, but now I can do that. When I click in add, I will have two possibilities: the expertise request or the expertise offer. Of course, I have maximum 500 characters to add in this short description, and we should be smart. We should put a description. They can attract partners. They look to have partners, and they contact you after. Of course, I can select, for example, University of Sousse. When I click on University of Sousse, we will have the country. We have the PIC number. It's the number. It's like the unique number for each organization already added in this platform. And it's high or secondary education establishment, and I can put expertise offer. And we can, for example, we are as a great team at University of Sousse, and we have a great experience in this research area, and we can, for example, be able to add our expertise in this, for example, in this area or another area, and please contact us and you can put your email. So this is a useful and of course useful tool to use when we look to be a partner in Horizon Europe program. And of course, for each call of proposal, we have the same tool. We have the partner search. Of course, this is the first way. It's the direct way to contact and to be visible for many partners in the world, and they have the same interest in this call of proposal. But if not, we have other ways, and of course, I will try to show you how we can contact national contact points in European countries, and we can ask, for example, as a team based on Mauritius, and we aim to be in contact with some partners from Italy, from Spain, from France. We can do that easily. How we can do that? So I will try to show you how we can use the same platform to do that. First of all, we click on guidance and documents. After that, we have the help desk and support, like that. When we click on guidance and support, of course, we need to mention that it's the period is 21-27, and the program is Horizon Europe, and we have many ways to get help from Horizon Europe. But when we click on national contact points, NCPs for Horizon Europe, when you click on it like this, you will see that. We have it's the national contact points for Horizon Europe. So the network of national contact points is the main structure to provide guidance, practical information, and assistance on all aspects of participation in Horizon Europe. NCPs are also established in many non-EU and non-associate countries, third countries like Mauritius. So, for example, we are interested in this call of proposal, and we try to be in touch with the partner from Europe, and we try to be connected with partners from, for example, from Italy. Okay, we click on Italy, and we click on the cluster climate, energy, and mobility is the cluster 5. And of course, we have the contact of the two national contact points, the two NCPs, Italian NCPs. Of course, we have, as you see here, we have the number, the WhatsApp number, and we have the email. And we can, of course, prepare an email and try to send this email to the two Italian national contact points and try to explain that you are interested to be involved and you are looking to be partner with some Italian organizations in this call of proposal. So as NCP, usually when we receive this email, we try to share this interest to the network, and they have the whole contacts from RNI actors in Italy. The same. We can do the same with Spain. We can do the same with many countries when we have the NCPs. As you see, there is not only the member state. We can see the associate countries also. Africa, actually in Africa, we have Tunisia as associate country. We wait for other countries. But of course, we have countries in process to association, and we have the third countries. And you see, we have a lot of countries in the world. And for example, if we are looking to have partners from South Africa, we can click on South Africa, can click on Rwanda, can click on Nigeria, and of course, we will have the contacts of national contact points, and we try to be connected with the NCP. So as the NCP services, for me, it's great. We can use this tool, this second way to be able to be connected with the partner from the world, from Europe, from member state, from associate countries, from the third countries. So we have this possibility also to be connected with the LNI actors in the whole region. So this is the second part, and I'll try to now click on call of proposals. Okay, and we'll try to select, for example, a not forthcoming call, but a call open for submission. Why? I will want to explain, to give you the possibility to see the template of the proposal. Okay, we can't be a coordinator, but we can be a partner. But as a partner, we can be involved in the proposal writing. Of course, for the PELIA one, you can be a coordinator and you can submit your proposal as an individual, as a researcher, for example, for ERC grants, for NSCA, individual fellowships. We can do that. It's bottom up, not top down. Okay, let's see, for example, some call of proposal, and we click on the filters. First of all, we try to click this, select only open for submission, okay? And we try to select, for example, here, cluster 5, okay? We have in the cluster 5 or cluster head, okay? No, we have this call. The deadline is 23 April 2025. When you click it's open for submission, means that we have the possibility to go through the platform of submission service. And when we click on, I advise you to do that. No problem, just to have the possibility to see the template. It's of course, it's coordination and support actions. In Horizon Europe, we have 3 types. We have coordination and support actions. We have also research and innovation actions, and we have innovation actions. We have 3 types of actions in Horizon Europe. So we have, of course, it's the same logic. So we have the topic description, we have the expected outcome, you have the scope, and we have some information about the eligibility of participation, the admissibility conditions, and we have the budget overview. Like each call of proposal, we have it's the same logic. So if you know, and we have the partner search announcement for this call, of course, and we have this option, mean that when I click in this button, I can start submission. Of course, before that, you need to be signing with your account. Before that, when we click on start submission, okay, it gives me some information about please confirm your choice about the topic, about the action, and when we click on OK. Okay, now we are in the submission service. What means that? It means that we have the possibility to create a proposal as a coordinator. Okay, you can do that in the pillar one, in some call of proposal as a button up. You can, as an individual, as a researcher, as an innovator, you can submit. Before that, you should see the eligibility criteria for each call of proposal. Before that, if you are eligible or not. If you are, so go ahead. If not, you can search for the advice from NCPs, from Duraxis Africa. Also, we are open to any request from African innovators, African researchers. Also, we receive a lot of questions, and we try to respond for all questions we received. And of course, you see that there is 34 days until the closure of this call of proposal. We have the call data. We have the find your organization, means that the organization, they be the coordinator of this project. It's, for example, it's like this, it's university. If when click, and we don't need to submit. For us, it's the most important point is to see the part B. Usually in the proposal, we have before download the part B, you need to add the acronym, and you need to add the short summary. And when the go next step, the system asks us to add all partners. Of course, we need to have the PIC number for each partner, and we have information about each partner in order to add the who is responsible for these organizations, because we will receive an email from the system, from the platform, and it can after that validate. So when we click on download part B templates like that, okay, I will stop sharing my screen, and I will share my screen with the template. Sorry, just one second. Can you see my screen? Okay. Now I've already opened my screen, shared my screen with the template part B. The part B is the whole of proposal. So, and the good thing that this template we have, it's very useful information. We have a lot of advices And of course, everything already there, and we can, when we read the information, we can have a lot of comprehension about this call and how to write the proposal. What you see here is the proposal template part B, the technical description of the proposal. And we have, for example, some advices, for example, the page limit. We don't no longer 33 pages for this kind of proposal, and how to use the formatting conditions. And of course, we have some definitions related to critical risk, deliverable, what means deliverable, what means impacts, what means milestone, what means objectives, what means outcome, pathway to impact, research input, results, so everything, and technology readiness level. And we have the guidance on the use of the generative AI tools for the preparation of the proposal. We have the guidance. We need to respect this guidance proposed by the European Commission in order to avoid any rejected proposal already written by artificial intelligence. So we have the title of the proposal, we have the name, the coordinator, of course the country, but of course here we have the first part of the proposal is the excellence, like the relevance of the proposal. And of course, when the expert evaluator try to evaluate your proposal, we have 3 points. The first one, it's the excellence. And the excellence, we have the objectives, we have the coordination and support measures and methodology. We have also the second part is the impact, of course. And the third part is the implementation. We'll see it's when we have all work packages. So it's the impact section. And this, the third part, is the quality and efficiency of the implementation. And we try to develop some work packages. And usually when we are a partner in the proposal, the call of proposal or project in general, we are a leader or a lead work package leader, and we can try to develop a work package in the call of proposal. So usually the coordinator, who is the responsible of the proposal writing process, he shared with all partner this part B template. And of course, they can assign you to add some parts in this part B, as you have some expertise and you can give your opinion about some parts. You can, of course, add some comments, and the leader responsible for the proposal writing team, he wants to take into account your remarks, your comments, your expertise, and of course, you can discuss in some online meetings the budget. And for each activity, we need some part of the budget. We know that actually we have the lump sum for the budget. It's not easy to have the detail for each activities, but we want to have a budget. They can cover the whole activities, but with the limit in the budget overview in the section in the core proposal. This is the part B template. We have the part A and you have the part C. The part A is the administrative part, just to add some information about the consortium and the budget, and some information about the team. And for the part C, we have some KPI and some keywords and some thematic to add in order to facilitate the evaluation of the call of proposal. So this is, for my side, the first platform. I will try to stop sharing my screen. I will share it again. And before moving to your access platform, I want, if you have some questions, I'm here. So I don't know if I can continue with the second platform. or I can stop here just to have some questions. What do you think? I can continue for the second platform. Okay. Okay. We'll use Google as usual. Okay, and I will try to tap your access. Okay, when we click on your access, you'll see it's the first one, the first link. Your access is research in motion. When we click on your access platform, you will see that it's the leading portal for the research community. And we have a lot of opportunities already there. And we try to see the network. When we click on the network, we have the Euraccess national portals, we have the Euraccess network map, you have Euraccess worldwide. When we click on Euraccess worldwide, first thing to see is we have 9 hubs in the world. And of course, reaching you today to be connected with us with Worldwide Africa. When we click on Africa, you will see this is the portal of Euraccess Africa. You will see all useful information for you, news, opportunities, events, and many more. And of course, you can see our event for today. And we'll try to put all relevant events for you, for Africa Initiative 3, for the MED Initiative 2, and all call of proposal available for African and researchers and innovators. So please you can connect with us. It's sign up for free membership to Euraccess Africa. You can add some information about you, and you'll be able to be connected with us, and you will receive weekly a flash note. You will receive all useful information about collaboration between African and European organizations. So I will move to jobs and opportunities. When I click in Find Jobs, actually in the platform, you have more than 9,547 jobs already there on the platform of Euraccess. Of course, you can select the type, but as you see here, match my profile means that if you have, it's for free, and you can create your account for free and add your CV, add all information about your career, about your expertise, about your publications, about your projects. And of course, when we click on match my profile, the system, the platform, they try to match with your expertise with offer already there in the platform. But if not, you can use the filter. Of course, you can select member states from Europe, and you can, of course, select other countries. When you are based on Mauritius, you can, of course, add jobs or add opportunities in this platform, and they can, from African countries, from many countries in the world, they come to Mauritius to work or to have the internship in this. It depends on the opportunity. So, for example, when we click on, we have many researchers and entrepreneurs. We have jobs, funding, hosting. We have organizations and universities. For example, I put artificial intelligence. Okay, I'll click on search. we see that actually we have more than 746 opportunities related to artificial intelligence in many countries in the world. This is for Netherlands. This one, Netherlands. It's France, Luxembourg, Germany, Austria. Of course, we can select the research field. You can select the country. You can select the sector. You can select the research profile. It's first state the researchers, recognize the researchers, leading researchers, and we can select the funding program, the funding type, everything, of course. And when you see the opportunity, you can select this opportunity and see all details about these opportunities. And of course, if there is salary or not, the job description, requirement, everything, and you can apply after that. I advise you to see your Access Africa, your Access portal in general. You will have a lot of information about mobility. It's not mobility from Africa to Europe. It's mobility from Africa to Africa, Europe to Africa, Africa to Europe. It's a mobility in general. So as an organization based on Mauritius, you can create your account and you can add your organization in your Access, and you'll be visible for researchers community in the world. Of course, there is a lot of options in this platform. There is a career development for researchers, for organizations. There is some initiatives like Science for Refugees. We have ERA for Acclaim. We have the ERA Talent Platform. We have Living in Europe, and you can get all information about how to work in Europe, how to live in Europe, how to live in Europe, etc. So this is the second platform. Just put your Access into Google, you will see this platform, and you will be able to connect with opportunities comes from the world. And of course, before that, you should create your account for free. Same like the funding and then the opportunities portal. You can create your account, you can apply with your organization if it is your own organization. If not, you should contact the person who is responsible in the account in this platform. For example, for university, you can ask the vice rector, you can ask the head of international cooperation unit in this university, and try to express yourself. My advice is to enhance your visibility in platform. Add your account, add your organization, try to be visible, look for a call of proposal, try to use the partner search tool, try to be connected with NCPs. From these ways, you will be able to be in Horizon Europe program, and you will be able to be a partner. And when we have the first experience ever come, we will have a lot of experiences after. Before the first one is the difficult one. It's very difficult, but when we succeed the first one, we have a lot of opportunities. So this is for my side, and I let you the floor to see if we have some questions from the audience online or in the platform.
So, the last part on your Access, it shouldn't give the impression it's about recruiting people to Europe. The position that offers can be advertised by organizations for people from outside Mauritius for certain position. So this is there are nearly 10,000 positions apply at different levels of PhD grants. So field masters, technicians, be postdoc or research officers. So we encourage you to look, and if you have openings in your organization, use this platform to recruit highly talented people. But the goal now is to open the floor for questions. I know it was quite clear, follow the succession of slides that my colleague was showing. But if you have any specific question about additional functionalities that this platform offers, it's now the time. Have any of you tried in the meantime to follow on their phone? Yes? Yes? And very interesting. Thank you. And you didn't get stuck? No? Okay. We have a question here. Is that a conclusion? Or
no, I thought we had started this time. So this morning we heard Laurent mention this. The next round of calls is going to be released at the end of April or beginning of May. And so where can we find any indications of the kind of topics that are already on? Because I think I understood that at the start of the Horizon program, there's a whole list of topics that at tentative release dates. So maybe people can already look at this to have an indication of what could come out in April, so that we can start thinking about it.
No, this is not available. We call it a pre-publication. So we announce in advance the topic. Sometimes it could be just a title with the objectives. Sometimes it's a draft because it's not formally approved. So there could be some slight changes. But this time, because we have a new commission, we had to wait for the new commissioner to take ownership. And she asked for some changes, for simplifications, which gave a bit additional work to my colleague, which delayed a little bit the publication initially planned for publication in March. So when we planned this meeting, I was hoping that it would be public. But we were in Brussels last week, and you remember the presentation, there was no information. So if here I come in Mauritius and I tell you what I know, I would be sent back to Brussels immediately, because we cannot show this outside Europe, or we don't show it to a European audience. So I can just tell you that there are topics on IT, there are topics on health, there are topics on food, nutrition, there are topics on climate, a big platform on climate. So it would be very good to have participation from Mauritius. It's about structuring. It's not research per se, but it's a platform. We already announced it, so I can say a bit more about this because it's in the core. It's a coordination and support action. So we're not going to fund salaries for research, but all the costs related to coordination, meetings, and developing compositions, and feeding into the next work program in terms of identifying topics of mutual interest. And there is the goal also to leverage funding from national agencies to in 2026 to have a joint course involving funding from national entities to ensure that there will be participation from those countries to free money in the common pot. So this is important. Mauritius, the right people from Mauritius and climate mitigation, climate adaptation participate. So the interest of Mauritius will be represented in this. That includes civil society as well. It's not just pure research. But the others, I will not say more because it's on the embargo, as we say, at the moment. But as soon as this information will come, I'm counting on the NCP, the new NCP team to analyze, filter, and disseminate to the groups that have something to offer. And we should be at least considering participating and using the functionalities we've seen on partner search, for instance, flagging interest, and hoping to be invited to join us. Other questions? Yes. Where's the macro?
Thank you. You're going to be uploading your interest, your request to offer services. Do you have to be attached to some institution or some organization? Or can it be an individual sending his or her CV and interest as a standalone consultant? Do you have to be attached to some organization or institution?
The answer is no, but Ahmed, to enter part search, do you need to be affiliated to an organization, or can you do it just in your name, in your email?
Or okay, the question related to the funding or tender opportunities or your access platform?
No, your access is individuals for sure. But I thought it was about partner search. You know, when you use the functionality partner search for a topic, which is open, do you need to be public? Do you need to have to be registered as an organization, an entity?
Okay, I see. If this call of proposal it's for related to MSCA, for example, it's individual participation. You can participate as a researcher, as innovator. You can do that without organization. You can do that. It's you express your interest. But for collaborative projects in the pillar 2, when we need to have organizations, you must do that with the organization. That's why if you cannot do that, try to be in contact with who is responsible for the organization. For example, when you create your account for your own for example, SMEs, you are the boss, so you can use the organization and you can post this message from your account because you are created this organization. If not, if it is a university, you must be in touch with the person responsible in the platform. So just send an email and put that, please, can you post this expertise offer on my behalf and in behalf of the university or your organization in the platform. Just tell him how he can do that. And as your Access Africa, we can manage to assist you. Not only your Access Africa, but the whole of the network of NCPs can assist you in this phase.
Yes, if you all already applied to become a member of your Access Africa, you know, it's free. And you can unsubscribe if you think it's not of interest after receiving the exit email. So we encourage you because we also will try to follow up from this meeting with information as well as RIC we do with especially about the code which we publish.
Laurent, I have another advice is when, for example, usually European Commission organize many webinars, many official webinars. Try to participate in this webinar because in the chat you will see a lot of organizations. They look to have a partner or to be a partner. So when you copy paste this chat, you will have useful information about partner. They participate in this online event and you can be in touch. It's another way to look to have partners in Horizon Europe. It's the same. So try to be proactive. Try to be visible. This is my advice to be involved in Horizon Europe projects.
So when the call will be published, we will have webinars for specific topics, or groups of topics. So the one on green transition, for instance, there will be I think 3 or 4. And we will group the presentation of the different topics. It's online, and you can post in the chat. And Ahmed said, some people promote themselves, and they explain that they're preparing a proposal and look for partners. Then there will be geographic webinars. All this will be posted. We have not yet finalized the full food program, but we also plan to do things in different languages as well. That can use speak English now, but for study English, we can do it in French, we can do it in Portuguese, or Arabic, there will be some session. And so we really want to make sure the information is available for people. And I think so interesting. Yes, question.
I have not a question, but here I am because I'm the president of an organization, One Kids.
Good afternoon. And it's another process, an inverse process, because we came from Malta, Europe, and here we are for propose the participation of a good organization from Mauritius with our two core projects. We are working we are MIICT, the Mediterranean Institute of Innovation, Communication and Technology, based in Malta. Malta is an island between Italy and North Africa. And we have the president of the parliament, is a Maltese, European Parliament. And we are working on two relevant topics. One of them is food, cluster 6. We worked on what farm for now, I think is having a new evolution on food traceability and good practice in agriculture. And in Mauritius, I think is a very, very good topic. Another topic is detection of microplastic in the ocean using technology, satellite imagery. And here we are, and maybe then we can be in contact for all the organization here present, because we are very honored to have Mauritius like our partner in the next Horizon proposal in May. And thanks for the space. Maybe it's not a question, but
thanks for the pitch.
Thank you.
Those two topics are quite relevant for Mauritius. So I hope you will use this time to identify partners in the university, ministries, companies who are happy to work with you. Those are important topics. We work with Mauritius MRC, with the Joint Research Center, which is part of the Commission, to develop a roadmap. We call it SDI, or SDGs roadmap. The goal being to try to strengthen research to try to attain some of the SDGs. And this methodology has been used by different African countries with support, methodological support from the Joint Research Center. It was also done in European countries. And in the case of Mauritius, you picked non-infectious disease or chronic disease. It's non-communicable disease. So it's one of the acronyms. Sometimes you forget what it is. But basically, diabetes, obesity, diabetes, all this, which has higher incidence in Mauritius, is seen as a major problem. And when you look at the different SDGs, the government consulted picked this challenge as the most urgent challenge to address. So there is a roadmap which has been developed with a number of actions to be taken. It was published 2 weeks ago. We had a meeting yesterday between MRC, who has been the coordinator for this exercise on behalf of Mauritius, and the Minister of Health, who is quite interested to address this. So there are a number of activities, but some is related also to better diet and controlling the food intake, really being, because 2/3 of the food comes from outside Mauritius. So how do you control it better? Traceability is definitely something high in the agenda, and I'm mentioning that also to the future, because this work we need a lot of efforts, not just from MRC, but from ministries, from research centers, from universities. There are areas where we have a lack of qualified personnel. So universities need to come together to develop those curricula to meet those challenges. So this is just a bit of a diversion to your question, but I think there are a number of areas which have been identified as crucially important for the country, where there are technologies, approaches in Europe that can help people use, adapt some of these approaches and try to meet the challenges. Is everybody very tired now? Or I don't want to extend the meeting if you think you've learned what you wanted to learn. The goal is not to transform you into experts on this participant portal. We can do a lot of interesting things, create infographics, look for people working in the field, publication, reports. It's very rich. So the idea was just to give you a flavor and make it not so complicated and wanting you to first register and be willing to go. So when you get a notification that there is a call that is open in your area, you know what to do. To get on the portal, find the information on the call, read it carefully, see does it resonate to what you do, what you would like to do, what you've done, and apply to be a partner and look for partners and activate your networks. People you know, say, have you seen this? Are you working on something? Think of me. If you are, I will be happy to take part of the proposal. And if there is a webinar, there is a training online, follow it. And you can ask questions to your NCP, who can also help you through the other NCPs, try to find. So if the question or the conclusion, the real conclusion, that's good. Why don't you do the conclusion? So I can relax a little bit, but I want to make sure there is no more last minute question from anybody. Yes, there is one behind you.
So when we submit, a proposal, I believe like any other research, you have some kind of criteria or guideline or parameters. Okay, so from EU, have you made any kind of observations which criteria normally all the researchers, all the proposals that comes from to your side, they fail. They have, the least minimum point and so on. So I think this is where it is very important that we know that as researchers.
I have an answer to this. You have people, many people who really want to do a project. They know what they want to do and they're looking at how to get funded. So they see something that looks like what they want to do and they push it through. And they don't read carefully enough what is exactly expected from the project. And therefore, their idea may be brilliant, but not really answering the core, we call it, not being in line with many of the specification of the code. So they felt easy because some of the areas they didn't even bother to address, even saying we will do our best to address this and that. So this happens, and it could be a very good project, but not fitting in that particular code and not making the effort to justify why this is a fit. So the advice is read very carefully what is expected. We are not prescriptive. We don't say, for pest control, you have to use drones. We leave the consortium investigate different technologies and find the right pathways to do it. But you need to be relevant to the mission of the code, because the people reading it are scientists like you, people from industry, and they would say, well, they're just recycling their own projects, didn't make any effort, and you fail on the relevance, the first criteria. and they sometimes don't even go further. If you fail on this one, it's just no go. It doesn't. And one thing I would encourage you is, it was shown on the presentation, you can apply to be an expert yourself and be invited to be part of a panel. Has anyone here done it? Have you been invited to be member of a panel to evaluate proposals from one person? You went to Brussels or it was online?
That was
The census meeting in Brussels. So I will encourage those of you who think you are the caliber to do this, because we don't have a PhD student for this, but because it's an experience to answer your question, why do people fail so easily? And you also meet other people, and sometimes people spend a week together in Brussels, you pay, space you trade, space you per diem, you have a fee, which is quite nice. 450 euros a day, in addition to the hotel and the trip. So, and you meet people. So first you see in your field, because normally you invite with new things related to your field, you see the proposal, how they are, you kind of get an idea. You're not supposed to use this idea for your own research. Obviously, there is confidentiality agreement you need to sign. But it's a good experience when it comes to you to write a proposal or to think about the next proposal, about what to do and not to do. So I will encourage, unless you say it was a waste of your time, no, you say no. So I will encourage others to do this. Sometimes it's only online, sometimes we fly people for the last part, or we want discussion face-to-face between the panel, not just averaging. Huh?
Usually, because promotions, for example, the price of flight is high. So for contain the costs, they choose Europe to Europe or.
No. We also invite people from, for the topics targeting Africa, we invite people from, obviously the cost is an issue. It's not going to be a full panel of people coming from Africa, but we try to have a balance. With this, I will leave you the concluding, the wise words to conclude.
All right.
And after Madrid.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I have 2 points. Maybe first of all, some work for Madrid as I finish is maybe we should spend some time strategizing on how do we do the follow-up locally in Mauritius as the focal point. But also I wanted to maybe point out, I saw Laurent in action last week, where he was put up on a panel and he was asked to discuss something that was called the International Research Consortium. So in fact, it sounded much more like an EU-African consortium. And I'd like to say thank you for supporting Africa in terms of saying that Africans should be in terms of leading the agenda for scientific research and innovation in the continent. The other thing you also mentioned this morning was the existence of in fact, related to the IRC was this Lead for Fairness, which is a program, again, between EU and Africa. It's focused on food, nutrition security, and sustainable agriculture. Again, where they are trying to coordinate the countries around Africa to focus and to coordinate their research and innovation for the STI, for example, agenda around this, so that it can be coordinated continentally. So I don't know whether you want to say a few words about it in terms of how Europe is also helping Africa in that sense, or do you think I've done a good job in introducing the topic? Thanks.
No, I mentioned at the beginning that we have this high-level policy dialogue, 15 years now. About 10 years ago, we established this platform on food, nutrition security, and sustainable agriculture, the balanced platform. We took permissions that the member states and experts appointed by the member states. There was a roadmap developed at the time, which ends this year. And currently, we are updating the roadmap for the next 10 years. And we will be calling a number of experts who have been identified on both sides, and they're working now. The document will be open for
for comments. There was already an open consultation on the review of the previous one, but went wrong, that went very well, and was the basis for starting drafting the new one. And LEAP for FNSSA, LEAP the long-term Europe-Africa partnership, for who unfortunately we use acronym all the time. I'm trying not to because sometimes you forget what they mean. But the goal there was to leverage funding from member states from both sides to and use some of the European funding as a glue or as a to also complement to top up what the individual member state, but really get the countries in the lead, the different funding agencies aligned on the common priorities. So this has been successful. There is a number of projects. There's sometimes a bit more complicated because you need to synchronize all the funding mechanism from all the countries. And sometimes some countries will only fund universities without industry. They will, the timing is different, the evaluation. So sometimes it's a big complex, but it is a way to give more ownership, particularly to Africa, because you don't feel it's all paid by EU, but you participate in time or in cash. And it's also the way the priorities are defined is more inclusive. So yes, we want to continue this as a complement, but there is unfortunately not a huge amount of funding available in Africa. So that's also a way that we heard about the Mediterranean. If you have more applications, then it's easier to convince the ministries to look at more funding. There is demand.
Maybe just to conclude, just to say that, as you said, it's about trying to mobilize resources from the African member states as well. I think we have to say hats off to the MRIC, who have been launching these calls for proposals, at least for the last 2 years I've seen. We're calling it the Innovation Challenge, is that right? Yeah. So different. But also the challenges where they're focusing on national priorities. And I think that's one way to demonstrate that Mauritius does have resources to put into projects of national priority, which then eventually can be complemented by from other donors. So with this, just to say to the rest of the participants that I think the prospects for developing projects and proposals are there. It's a matter of coordination, it's a matter of getting together, brainstorming, and tapping into the opportunities as they arise. So good luck to everyone.
Yeah, and as the minister said at the beginning, break silos within the universities, between universities, between. When you're here, it's also an opportunity for you to get to know better and work more closely together. And on this, I would like Madre to conclude.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for making the conclusions on stage from that job. So just before giving the vote of thanks, I've been given the job of NCP just this morning. So please be patient with me and Avraj. We'll take probably a week to set up the system and probably we'll come back to you to really see how we can work together. And if you have any ideas, any queries, anything that you'd like to share with us, please feel free to call us at the council. So it's going to be me and Avraj doing that job. Now, on behalf of the council, I would like to thank all those who have helped us in this, in organizing this workshop. Thank you to the EU delegation for the opportunity. Thank you to Laurent Bouchot for his expertise. Thank you to the University of Mauritius for their review and technical support. We are really grateful for that. Thank you to the presenters of this morning for having shared your experiences. And thank you to you, participants, for being there the whole day. And of course, big thank you to Dr. Ahmed. All the way from Tunisia, he got up at 6 in the morning to be able to join. At 5, I'm being told, to join the workshop. Thank you so much, Ahmed. And most probably will get back to you with more questions. So before ending, I'd just like to invite you for a cup of tea outside, and we can have some more further. Thank you so much.